Yes, the fact that they walked away from the accidents. We'll get the full report from, I'm sure, once Mr. Murphy has approved them and sent them on their way. But the lights are going out on the...
Mr. Murphy Senior, absolutely.
Yes, Mr. Mike Murphy Sr., the one who brings us the wonderful bagels in upstate New York when we go to Watkins Glen, that one.
Nick Damon is still with us. We'll keep an eye on what is going on there. Did look like something went wrong in that braking area for Frank. That would have been a very big mistake. We're not going to speculate right now until we hear from the team or the manufacturer. Sebring takes its toll, I think you would say, on all of the electrical and mechanical parts. Now, we did have a penalty for Sean Creech Motorsport earlier on. Is that a second penalty,
second
Nick?
one, yeah. Yep, second penalty. I mean, I'm thinking now, and obviously you are the man with the finger on the software. Is there any chance that Simon Pagenaud can do 11 minutes at full speed with the fuel he's got to get to 4 hours?
Well, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's a tall order, but I've no idea how little fuel these things sip when they're on their yellow flag program.
Well, he's done 27 laps, of which 6, 12, maybe 14 laps of those have been yellow.
Right, so that was 20 real laps, wouldn't you, normally, or perhaps 19 real laps. He's got 2.
I don't think he's got much left in the tank as we go past 2 o'clock in the afternoon at Sebring. Weather forecast was spot on. We're going back to green, gathering cloud, looking a bit more ominous as well. And we are back racing the yellow flag number 3, having lasted a tad under half an hour, 29 minutes. Good restart from Pagenaud as he managed to get himself a 1.5 second lead as they took the green flag. Dwight Merriman in the number 18 LMP2, Joao Barbosa in the 33 LMP3, that's a penalty. Tandy in the number 4, of course, Corvette, and Jack Hawksworth. Now they all took emergency service, so they are coming back in again. Tandy even had to go behind the wall there whilst the safety car was out. The other Corvette was running quite nicely, thank you very much indeed. So Pagenaud has pulled out 2 seconds over Tinknell in second, then Albuquerque is another 1.5 seconds further back. Ron Montoya trying to put some pressure on the Acura ahead of him. Side by side Porsche action. Wright Motorsport and one of the EBM cars into turn number 10. All is fair if you don't take the other Porsche out, of course. And that was I think that was Bear Figueiredo, was it or was that the 99 and Earl Bamber? Cars are nigh on identical.
At the moment, what Simon Pagenaud is hoping that old adage, the yellow begat yellow, comes true. And someone takes someone else off, and they get to have another few minutes under yellow, and he can crawl through for his Endurance Series points tally. But we're down to what, 8 minutes and 50 seconds for the cut-off. So he's gone for it. He hasn't tried to save anything. He's pulled out a 2-second lead.
This is impressive. We saw. I'm not going to say what I was going to say, because I don't want to spoil anything. And the 99 car has now made contact with the number 1. That's the Paul Miller Racing car. So if it wasn't the 99 before, I apologise. But there is now a Porsche at turn 17, which has stopped the number 1 Lamborghini. Does get going again. Put Bamber in and straight into the pit lane for the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini, which had Corey Lewis at the wheel, and well, that happened from a very, very long way back. Yeah, and it was the 99 that was side by side with the 16 earlier on in the lap, because the 16's just gone through behind it. So very odd one there.
Yeah, it was tagged, wasn't it? It was kind of the coming together tag. I'm not sure whether it's just the nicest touches. gave a little bit of an oversteer moment, because it really is tricky going round Sunset at 17 and 18. The bumps are just trying to chuck the car off the track at every single moment. The car is so unbalanced compared to a normal, sweeping, tightening right-hander. So it's just those little nudges, and the thing's suddenly just gone right round. And we've sort of seen the great and the good of motorsport lose it here over the last couple of days. More is 99's going to need to come in, because that car's looking a little bit second-hand at the front.
That car had severe damage
early on. Yeah, absolutely. In and out for Corey Lewis. Now, is he going back on the track? Yes, he is. So, quick glance. I imagine that Bamber is going to come into the pit lane. And here, with just 7 minutes remaining before the points are handed out for the Michelin Endurance Cup. Remember, our Porsche keys to the race. And here comes Pagenaud from the lead. Shea Adam is our VP Racing Fuel pit and paddock reporter.
That's Kamui Kobayashi getting in behind the wheel of the number 48 Ally Racing Cadillac. Simon, who's been in there for quite some time now, getting a little bit of a break before Jimmy Johnson will have to get back in that car to meet the minimum driving requirement of 1 hour. So we do need to see Jimmy Johnson's name on the timing screen again. Fuel, tires, and guess what? It is a lot of fuel going into that car, because he was out there for more than an hour and 15 minutes on that last stint. But Kamui is ready to go and take that car up to the front.
Problem is, as Nick rightly said, that all of the other cars now have been out there for 15 laps. Even if there'd been 15 green laps, they would still have another 5 laps of fuel in the tank. And of course, most of them have only done 3 green laps. So they're going a long way. And we're going to get some odd, very odd point scorers in the Michelin Endurance Cup. But even, I've got to say, Pagenaud's done a cracking job, Nick, to stretch it so far, even with all that yellow. He must have had it in top gear on tick over.
They've obviously got a very effective yellow flag map, but they've also, it is about, there are a number of things you can do to save fuel at every point, and he'll have rolled that car as much as possible. He'll have noticed where, probably pretty quickly noticed the pace and the speed, and where the pace car was able to go quickly and where it was slowly. But he would have then, measured his speed to just sip fuel as little as possible. But it does go to show you can get a number of laps behind the yellow. But at the end of the day, this, as we said before, massively unlucky, because if it had gone as it was supposed to go, then they would have stopped many laps ago, but every single one of the other DPIs would also have stopped by now, and then 4 minutes time, when the points are given out, they'd have been laughing all the way to the points bank. As it is, Harry Ticknell and Mazda Motorsports are going to get a load of Michelin Endurance Cup points. So, hey!
Yeah, they're going to, at the moment, 1.3 seconds ahead of Juan Montoya, then Albuquerque. 55, 60 and 10, Mazda Acura. Scott Dixon only another half a second further back as Kobayashi is back out on the circuit. Now, in the queue, I reckon, because the 48 Cadillac went in, that effectively means that the number 31 Felipe Nasser has got another lap back. So he's now only 2 back from being 4 back, but of course he's right in front of the leaders. He's not even the length of the back, straight in front of the leaders. And also Tristan Vautier is back on the lead lap by about 4 or 5 car lengths now, because the 55 is the next car behind him. The Master is the next car behind him. So Tinknell battling with Montoya, and Tristan Vautier just ahead of them is the first car off the lead lap. That's how it looks at the moment. In LMP2, Ben Keating leads in the wins coloured number 52. Oringer, Tower Motorsport, John Ferrano 15 seconds back now, and Dwight Merrington about a minute further back in the number 18 from Era. GT Le Mans, BMW 2 seconds ahead of Corvette, 25 and 3. That's the red BMW from the red flashed silver Corvette. Silver anniversary of the partnership with Mobil 1, being celebrated this weekend in Corvette Racing Land. Then it's another 0.8 of a second back to Augusto Farfus in the darker coloured BMW M8 GTE. Another 2 seconds back to Matt Campbell for WeatherTech in the white Porsche with the blue and red swooshes on the side for WeatherTech, the 79 car. Goldberg from McCusker, Performance Tech from 47, and that's Leisure from Duquesne as well, 38 and 7 by about a second. Then the Riley Motorsports, that's another win car, but they I think are a lap off the lead, and I'll finish this up as we've got back to green with the GT Daytonas. It's Lawrence Vantour that leads for Porsche ahead of Riley Motorsports, Jan Halen for Porsche, and another 2 seconds further back from those two who are nose and tail is Roman De Angelis for Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, it's a real pity that the GTLM is so spread out. Those 4 cars coupled by almost 5 seconds. It's like they're not trying, is it?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean, it's yeah, we have had a bit of a good reset. It's disappointing, obviously, that we lost our leader within P2. Tristan Nunez went out. That's left Ben Keating. He must have done about 17 hours in the car, even though we've been running for 4, because he's been in it the whole time. But yeah, there's a lot of work. The 99 car's gone behind the wall.
Shea, what can you tell us about that? That's a result of that accident, I presume.
Yes, it is, and it looked like they actually had a bit of front suspension damage as well that they need to address back at the garage. But remember, they've already done work to the nose of this car once within the last 4 hours. They might not have all the parts that they need necessarily on the lane. Hopefully they have them in the truck.
And Jeremy Shaw, despite being on a break, he was on a break. It's the second reference today. Reminds me the 55 is the 5th different overall leader in terms of the cars. That's not lead changes, that's 5th different car that has led the 69th annual Mobil 112 Hours of Sebring. Well, we didn't want all that yellow, but we are still there or thereabouts for a record distance. We need to go 3:48. It's been achieved several times. We're 2 or 3 short of that, but the computer will pick that back up again once the cars get back up to speed. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, good to have your company wherever you are around the world and however you are listening. We've made it as easy as possible for you again this year with SiriusXM loaning us their airwaves on Sirius 216 XM 392 and WWOJ around the vicinity of the circuit in the Central Florida area on 99.1. Thanks, guys. Always a pleasure. And of course on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Video on there as well at imsaradio.com if you're in a territory that doesn't have a network TV deal. Looks like it's clouded over a bit. Temperature got up to 24-25 Celsius earlier on, but it started to drop down just a little bit. 25 is 77 on the Fahrenheit scale, but it's dropped down a couple of degrees, so into the low to middle 70s, with the clouds gathering from the far side of the racetrack. And as I was about to say before we had that accident, that's absolutely spot on from the weather forecast. The predicted clouds bubbling up later on in the middle to the end of the afternoon and before dark. There is a grey tinge to the clouds, but they're not threatening at the moment. 0-1, Scott Dixon in behind Philippe Albuquerque. Albuquerque loses the back end just a little bit of the 10 car, and Scott Dixon gets side by side into the Jean Dubian bends. He's got the position on the right hand side for the right hander, but then he's got to give best for the left part. This is fantastic, absolutely fantastic driving by Albuquerque and Dixon side by side through some of the most difficult and quick corners here at Sebring. Dixon's got a good run down to turn 17, but this time he's on the outside, the left-hand side of the track. Can he do the old over and under? That's what he's trying to do, tightening towards the inside and then get a run down to turn 1. They'll be side by side across the start-finish line. Albuquerque moves into the middle of the track, takes the racing line. Dixon goes wider still towards the pit wall. Acura versus Cadillac. Albuquerque keeps that position. That's third spot that they are battling over. I reckon we've gone through the time for the Michelin Endurance Cup points, Shea, so I will let you do a bit of arithmetic, unless you've already done it.
No, it's the end of the first lap after we've passed the mark. So we're still waiting for the rest of the field to come through. That was actually for the difference between 3 points or 2 points for whoever finished third on that mark.
Ooh, nasty moment for one of the wins cars, which I think is Ben Keating, isn't it?
P2, I think, yeah.
Yeah, that is the LMP2. And Ben was going great guns there, leading the class by 17 seconds. He would have lost that there, but that was a wake-up moment for Ben. With a 1:58.7 last time around, that's cost him about 4 seconds.
He lost, he had a little bit of tank slap, and he controlled it because you lose your momentum all the way down the straight. So it's one of the worst places in the entire track coming into going around the Le Mans corner before you get to the Almond Straight, to actually lose that drive, because you're carrying that penalty for that massive straight for 3/8 of a mile or half a mile. You aren't the speed you should be doing. So a simple error, which anywhere else in the track would be a second or a second and a half, because you come to another corner where you could reset, really magnified just by where he decided to fall off.
Which of the Acuras, Nick, were you watching having the ride height change?
It was the
blue one or the pink one?
It was the pink one. It was the Sirius XM one.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Albuquerque we had that kind of battle between Albuquerque and Dixon, but that was caused by Albuquerque getting checked up by the P2 car in front of him. He went for a half attack, I think, actually going into tower turn, and got too much curb on the inside and lost the momentum, which is why Dixon ended up attacking. It wasn't really any indicative issue with the Acura compared to the Cadillac. It was just one of those things where he tripped over a back marker.
Yeah, although he did lose position on the restart to fellow Acura driver but not teammate Juan Montoya. Shea Adam has a VP Racing Fuel update. This time it's the Michelin Endurance Cup points. What do you have, Shea? Who got what, and what does it do to the championship? Effectively, this is the halfway point of the championship season at the end of this race.
Yeah, correct. And keep in mind, my ability at math is almost as bad as yours, John. So all of this is very much unofficial.
It's not maths, it's arithmetic. I'm not asking you to do quadratic equations or differential calculus.
It feels like that to my poor little brain. Okay, so in terms of prototype, the most important thing you need to know, it's still the Konica Minolta Cadillac that leads the way with 21 points. But there were pretty big gains made further down in the field because the 55 Mazda scored maximum points. So they vault up into third place. They now have 14. They're behind the 0-1 of Cadillac Chip Ganassi Racing on 15 points. And they are tied with the 48, who also have 14 points. So that just made things a lot closer. LMP2, it is still a runaway this season so far for the number 8. That is the Tower Motorsport car. They scored 4 points because they were in second when the line was ticked, meaning that they have 20, and next up in class is number 18 for Era Motorsport. They walk away with 16 points, so that gap is not insurmountable, but it is fairly large. In LMP3, for the first time this season, it was not Riley Technologies running away with that, because they scored maximum points in every segment at Daytona with the car number 74. 74 still leads the way. They have 23 points, but now they have some competition. Sean Creech Motorsport have 17 points, and it was Performance Tech who came away with the maximum number of points out of that one. So Riley's going to have to work some magic to get back up to the front, but that's what Bill Riley does. GTLM, we have a tie between the two Corvettes after that segment. Both the 3 and the 4 have 21 points, and they are miles ahead of the 2 BMWs, who have for the 24 13 points and for the 25 14 points. GTD, things get a bit interesting here. We have Mauro Engel by himself on 18 points. Then second is Wright Motorsport. They leapfrog over everybody else to jump up to 15 points after that segment. In third place, we have the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini. They are on 14 points. And then tied on 13 is a car that's not here, and the Kenny Habul number 75 Racing, the Sun Energy 1 racing car. So that's Kenny and Nickel, who are tied on 13 points.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Shea. More points to be handed out at the next point, Shea, is when?
4 hours from now.
Right.
I'll be doing more maths and
8
you'll
hours.
see smoke coming out of my ears.
All right, 8. Thank you. And then again at the end of the race, that's the Michelin Endurance Cup we're talking about there. It's been a really decent run by Scott Dixon. He's still just 0.8 of a second behind Philippe Albuquerque since the restart. Albuquerque, as Nick said, settled into his game, got jumped by Juan Montoya at the restart. Not the first person you would say that had happened to in any form of motor racing. Montoya always very good indeed when the tyre temps have dropped just a little bit. Felipe Nasr has been in and out of the pit lane for the Whelen Engineering Cadillac number 31. Now he did 30 laps then in that area with all of the yellow, so that's probably another 6 or 7 for the leaders. But I think he's managed. No, he's dropped back that to that third lap back again. Oh no, he hasn't. He's just gone across the line. No, he has. He's back to 3 laps behind. Sorry, my apologies. With that pit stop, but of course he's still got a chance. And if you're wondering why it was that car is 3 laps down, it was Pipo Derani who got edged over into the wall at turn 17, and they had some right side suspension damage, both front and rear. Now Vautier's turn to come into the pits after 26 laps.
Him to get out of that car as well, John. We have not yet seen Sebastian Bourdais.
I think that's short.
Loic Duval did a triple and Tristan did a triple.
Yeah, I think that's a bit short, Nick, given all the yellow.
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect to do exactly the same number of laps as Felipe Nasr or Simon Pagenaud, because they were all in that same number of yellow, weren't they?
Slightly fewer. One lap fewer. One lap fewer of yellow. That's all.
Yeah. And so it's interesting, but perhaps it's tactical, perhaps again they're back timing stuff already, or their yellow program isn't as good or wasn't as executed as well by Tristan.
Yeah. It's Nick Damon, who's socially distanced from me, John Hindhaugh, in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Jeremy Shaw rejoining us after he's had a wee break. A small break. And Shea Adam is our VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock reporter. It's been a long day already, he says. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us, hashtag RSL Sebring. I know there's an awfully big audience trackside and around the world at the moment. Great to have this race on the proper weekend where we expected it. It's just great to have racing. So frankly, you could have it a week on Thursday and we'd still want to watch it and tune in, but there is something rather almost comfort blanket like about things happening when they're meant to. Huge crowd on hand trackside at Sebring International Raceway. Traffic. One or two people missed the start today. They see that's what you get. Should have been up earlier.
Well, that also happened the one time they had crowd at the Grand Prix this year, didn't it? Portimao. People didn't expect there to be a crowd, so it's got a single road in. There was a trailer back for about the first hour of the race. People couldn't get in. That was up to 10,000 vehicles. No one's going to be there.
I suspect Portimao might be getting a lot of work towards the end of the season from a number of different motor racing series as things change in Europe. And the situation very fluid as far as calendar is concerned. Certainly everything written in pencil for us at the moment. Pit lane for Wright Motorsport, the 16 Porsche. Shea Adam.
That is Trent Hinman's undeniable helmet climbing back aboard the 16 Wright Motorsport Porsche. It's the blue and black one with the white streaks on it. You can tell it anywhere on the track. 4 new tires for Trent as they are waiting on the fuel and the driver change to be complete. Looks like they had a little bit of issue, maybe getting the belts done, the lap belts done for Trent. It took a bit longer than normal, but the fuel probe was still attached, so they haven't lost any time. Just waiting on that fuel, that really is the longest determining factor of the race. And Porsche does have an additional liter of fuel in the car this year as compared to last year, 97. So they have to wait a while. 43 seconds shows up on the clock. Trent stumbles a tiny little bit to get things going again, but now he is sent back and away, meaning that they have single stinted all of their drivers so far throughout the course of this race.
And one of the leaders in as well, that is the AutoNation Acura Shea.
Juan Pablo Montoya brings the car in. He is staying aboard. He did have his tacos for dinner last night, and that tends to give you a little bit more energy. And you can just ask Turner Motorsport all about that and their beliefs, but it is 4 new Michelin tires. Ooh, and a wing adjustment for the Acura. Now, remember they did a front ride height adjustment during the long caution when they had that pit stop opportunity. Clean the windshield, not doing the tear off yet for Juan. It is very cloudy, and that would affect visibility. Fuel nozzle comes out, away goes Juan.
It may be that the cooler temperature have caught 1 or 2 people out, actually, because you would probably run it a little bit lower for cooler temperatures. Running low is a relative thing at Sebring, of course, because you still need to have the suspension travel and indeed some ground clearance so that you're not just rattling everything over the bumps all the time. Generally speaking, if it's cooler, you go a little bit lower. Unless, I can't imagine they would have, it's an experienced team, although not so experienced with that car, in fairness. Only the second race, although they've run it for 24 hours. Let's not forget already.
They're also having to deal with the buffeting of the traffic. By the way, I did like that Shea made a reference to one of the lesser-known indie bands of the late 80s, which is, of course, Trent Hinman's undeniable helmet.
Yeah. Their second album was a bit of a disappointment.
It was a huge disappointment, you're absolutely right.
After they changed the drummer, quite frankly. Shea Adam with more bad news from Corvette Racing.
The 4 car is still down on power. Nick Tandy is reporting that he's not getting all of the go-go that he's used to when he puts his right foot all the way down to the floor. So the struggles continue with the silver Corvette with the white accents on it. And for those of you out around the track, you might hear it doesn't sound completely like normal, but they're still going round and round. Well,
I mean, the thing is that in a championship where the bulk of the championship will be run with just 3 cars, they're going to get points, and the points differential share will not rack up massively. Even if they finish last here, they will only be 5th. So
yeah, but the problem is, John, that they're trying to fight their teammates, and you're coming up against the defending GTLM champions who last year had a phenomenal run. 5 wins on the season for Antonio Garcia and Jordan Taylor. Every single time that you finish behind them on the track gives them an advantage. And when you consider the difference between 1st and 2nd is 3 points and 1st to 3rd is 5, if you're going to finish 9 points down in one race, it's going to take you several wins to try and claim that back.
Yep, can't disagree with that either. So, as we stand at the moment, the battles continue around the circuit. Nick Tandy, by the way, just coming round turn 17 in the number 4 car that Shea has just been reporting on. GT Daytona led by Porsche, with Aston Martin now 2nd, Roman De Angelis, after that pit stop for Wright. That dropped them down to 6th position. Everyone else around them, of course, have got to make that pit stop as well. Wright did 23 laps there, which I thought they could have done a little more than that. Yan at the wheel. Philippe Albuquerque comes into the pitch. Adam.
That is a new helmet up on the wall as well. Alexander Rossi going out for his first stint during this race. Ricky Taylor started off the race with a triple. Philippe Albuquerque did his triple, and now I would imagine Alexander Rossi is going to be out there for a triple all for himself. Anything you can do, I can do as well, because let's face it, better than Philippe Albuquerque or Ricky Taylor, that's pretty hard to achieve. 4 new Michelin tires going on to this car, and the driver change is complete. The door was up there just for a moment to give Rossi a little bit of headspace to make sure that his belts were on perfectly. Phil Hauser goes out. Oh, and Rossi stalls it. Can he get it going again? Yes, he can.
Was that a stall, or was that them holding him for a second? Did they actually get the fuel hose out?
Yeah, they were waving him away at the front of the car.
Right, okay.
Couple other things of note. We've had Harry Tingle into the pits in the Mazda, and there he goes by on track. So Harry maintains the track position. Also, Scott Dixon in and out of the pit lane. And Scott Dixon right ahead of Rossi.
Yeah, that's a change then on that pit stop cycle. So the performance advantage that Scott Dixon had with the new tyres, he's used very well. In and out lap, very good. And he has managed then what he couldn't do from the restart. And through also, there was a touch there down to turn 7, the hairpin. The Juan Montoya MSR Acura has gone through as well on Rossi. And Bourdais is side by side, but remember, not on the same lap, but gets his lap back there. Wow. Welcome to the Alexander Rossi. Welcome to the 69th annual Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Scott Dixon, Juan Montoya and Seabass all steaming past you, Nick, whilst you're on freezing cold tyres in your first laps of the race.
The question is that there was something that fell off. Was it from the rear legality panel of Alexander Rossi's car? Or was it actually one that... No, I don't think it was a dive plane from the Mustang sampling machine. I think it was a slight nudge to the legality panel. I have to be honest with you, one thing having watched the pit stop through there for the first time, I genuinely think that this concept of being able to change the tyres at the same time and put the fuel in is flawed. It's flawed as a tactic within endurance racing. I really do.
No, it's one of the very few things that I disagree with the IMSA way of doing things. I also don't like the engines left running as well, but that's a chat for another day. 13th lead change, by the way, but off on the far side of the circuit. Problem for Performance Tech Motorsport and the number 38 car. That is just coming through to Big Bend, but the red, white and black car has managed to regain the track, and that was the leader, Dan Goldberg, in LMP3. Now, he had 2 minutes on the rest of the field. Keep an eye out for 47 Motorsports, the number 7 Duquesne. And did he just drop it on his own? Yeah. Oh, both sides of the track then. Did he ping the back end of the car? No, he didn't. That's very good news. Official now, by the way, from IMSA, and thank you to them for getting this to us. Frank Pereira, Billy Johnson, both evaluated and released from the infield care facility. We were fairly certain we saw that, but that is now official. So that is good news after that very big accident. Problem in the pit lane, Shea Adam, people power, not engine power, getting a car. That's the Tower car, isn't it? The number 8 to its pit lane.
It is, and that's the car that was so determined to try and stay out to get the Michelin Endurance Championship points, Michelin Endurance Cup, trying to get as many points as they could. They came away with second place points, but apparently they ran it a little bit too close. That was finally the helmet of Gabby Aubrey getting into that car, and I'm just hearing news of a penalty that is significant. Alexander Rossi, not only did he start to leave and then stop, he left the pit box with equipment attached, which necessitates a drive-through.
Yeah. I thought so. I didn't hear the engine drop. It was go and jump on the brakes. So somebody was, you said you thought you saw somebody waving at the front of the number 10 Acura to let him go. But then either they've changed their mind or they've got on the radio to him straight away. And there is a wee bit of damage on the back of that car. A little bit of damage on the back left-hand side of that car. It's not, I don't think it's knocked the cheese wedge off completely, Nick, but it seems to have displaced or knocked out the piece of it that holds effectively the light cluster, and that could be significant as we run into darkness here.
Yeah, I mean, they may. I'm not sure whether the rules are. Certainly in WEC, you need to replace that. The Galaxy panels and cheese wedges need to be perfect at all times on the racetrack. But it looks more like.
Just a second, Nick. So the 4 tyres went on to the car. The door was left open so the shoulder straps could be tightened. And does he get the wave from the front of the car? It was definitely a go and a stop. So what was still attached? The fuel hose? I'm guessing that's what it must have been. I see what happened. The fueler went to pull the hose out and didn't get it out. And of course, the fueler had stepped back, but the hose was still connected, Shea. I think that's what the problem was there.
Yep, spot on with that. And to elaborate further on the damage to the rear tail lights, there aren't rear and front tail lights, that would be special. The rule book says you must start the race with 2 functioning tail lights and 2 functioning headlights. Damage sustained over the course of the race does not have to be repaired unless you no longer have 1 functioning tail light and or 1 functioning headlight. So if something happens to, say, the right side of that car, then they're going to have to come in and change it. But as it is right now, they're okay.
Yeah, it was a bizarre little touch there because, as I said, it has not knocked a big chunk of aero off the back of the left-hand side of that car, Nick. But there's a little insert in there which has got an LED light strip in it with a little V on it. And that, I think, is what we saw flying off earlier on in the track.
Match. A dive plane went into a pressed-in piece, which is the LED strip, and it managed to ping it out, didn't it? And also, it seemed to slightly loosened a couple of bits within the interior of the Galaxy panel cheese wedge. So yeah, that's a pretty impressive move by Sebastian Bourdais. They managed to tip it closest possible, and then just eke it out. But I mean, it's not. Obviously, Rossi's not had the greatest start to his stick. I'm not sure we can blame him for the fuel hose issue. But then, of course, he had a little bit of problem getting up to speed and got beaten up by every single experienced driver in the field.
Well, but he's on cold tyres as well. Remember, no tyre warmers at all, no tyre cabinets, no tyre blankets, and it hasn't really been very sunny today. Certainly not when Alexander Rossi got in the car. Best lap of the race for the Ally Cadillac has just been posted by Kamui Kobayashi. 146.424. That's about 3/10 of the now new lap record. That's been taken down by over a second to now a 146.151. It's the Wheel and Engineering Cadillac that holds that. Shea Adam, here is the penalty for Rossi.
Yeah, driving down the pit lane. And thank you very much to Ricky Taylor, who's actually listening to us. He said that while the fuel is plugged in, the car will not go in gear. So you actually have to wait until the fuel probe is unattached before the car will go. Very interesting and very well done technology by Acura to enable that safety feature. But yes, he wasn't fully back up off of the car yet at that point.
Yeah, so it was out of the Buckeye, but not out of the area that is, to use a custom term, Frenched in, that is recessed in, and that's what happened there. Because clearly it didn't come all of the way out, so it's disengaged, if you will, but it wasn't out of the recess, and that is what has caused that attachment, because it certainly wasn't the air hose or anything like that around the other side or the rear of the car. Don't think it was anyway. So Rossi then drops down, stays on the lead lap, and penalty for Catherine Legg, who's just got into the hardpoint Porsche. Shea Adam.
That was a penalty that you don't see very often anymore for the Team Hardpoint EBM car with Champion Porsche sponsoring on it, by the way. Refueling while on the safety blocks, necessitating a drive-through. Now, why would they have had the safety blocks out and up?
must have been doing something under the car, had somebody under the car, because you can't put someone under the car without the safety posts on the pit lane.
So, but you can't have someone under the car when you're refueling.
Refueling, yeah, absolutely. I wonder if they'd got the person out, but hadn't got the blocks out before the hose went in. It's the only thing I can think of, not something that we've witnessed. Should say hello to Mike Peters, head of competition now at Champion Porsche, Champion Motorsport, and Mitra Mirage as well. That great name on the back in IMSA competition, at least on that number 88, and we'll see a full Champion livery car tackle the race to the clouds, Pikes Peak International Hill Climb later on this year, with none other than Romain Dumas, the fastest man ever, up to the summit of Pikes Peak, and he'll be driving that GT RS Porsche 911, which I'm told by Mike and Mitra that that's going to be Champion breathed on, so they're going to go for a really impressive time there, and I wish them well in that endeavour. Hopefully it will whet the appetite to get the Champion name back into IMSA racing as well. 25 years since Champion's last GT win here at Sebring, but 2 Audi wins after that, Shea, with the original R8, the open top prototype.
Oh yeah, 2005 and 2006, I think. But that win in 1996, a couple of guys, probably no one's ever heard of him, Hans Stuck, and oh yeah, Bill Adam. So yeah, pretty cool to think it's been 25 years since that. We've had a couple of notable pit stoppers. The number 83 has come down the pit lane. That is the Win Autosport LMP3 machine. It's Nicholas Cruton who stays behind the wheel of that one. And also Dwight Merriman in and out once again for Era Motorsport. So Dwight getting his driving time very nearly complete with this. Ryan Dial did a triple in between Dwight's 2 driving stints. And I believe when he finally does get out of the car, we'll finally see Kyle Tilley get to work.
Shea Adam with that VP Racing Fuel Pit and paddock report. The leader, Kamui Kobayashi, has 13.5 seconds on the field. It's the 48 Cadillac that leads from Mazda's 55, Harry Tincknell behind the wheel of the DPI, the Multimatic run car. Then it's 0-1 from Scott Dixon from Cadillac Chip Ganassi Racing, and he is right up the tailpipes of the Mazda. That's the battle at the moment. 54 Core Autosport prototype has gone around. Say again?
That was coming together. There's 2 cars involved in that one.
Oh, that's the Wins car as well.
Oh, he's got up the back side of it. He's just got he's just over-egged what the other driver was doing. The Win car just braked a bit earlier, or let's say the 54 car braked a bit late, the Core Sport, and he's just tagged that rear left-hand side, and he's sent them both round. Send both of them round. If you hit lightly, you'll just send the car ahead of you round. Send both of them round. That was quite a big clunk.
That was George Kurtz in the number 54 Core Autosport Ligier LMP3, and I'm trying to work out whether that might have been a battle for position, actually. I don't think it was. In for the leader, Shea Adam, leader of the overall standing, Shea.
Kamui Kobayashi coming in, staying aboard the 48 Ally Cadillac. Good luck getting him out of that one, guys. That's going to be a massive crowbar you're going to need at the end of this race. He is going back out fuel and tires into the pit lane. We have also both of those LMP3 cars that were involved in that incident. George Kurtz and Jim Cox in the 2 cars. Yeah, the 54 and the 91 respectively. Fuel and tires for both of those cars looks like pretty standard service. And I would also just like to call out really quickly John Edwards, first time today aboard the 24 BMW in 3rd place. That is the black one. So they have really spaced out their driver changes.
And I'd say, I think that was a battle for position between the Riley Motorsports number 91 Wins car and the Core Autosport number 54. It's been looked at, by the way, and it's been looked at and assessed very quickly. Incident responsibility has been established, and it's with George. So the 54 car will have to come down pit lane for a drive through. Meantime, Jim Cox, I think I saw him getting out of the other car involved there. Shea?
The car has now left the pit lane, and oh boy. Okay, people, I'm serious this time. Stand back from the fences. In the 91, it is Jerome Blakemolin, and right behind him in the 54 for Core Autosport, it is Colin Brown. This is what we live for.
Those two in LMP3. Great to see them there as the sun makes a welcome reappearance, casting just a few watery shadows as we move into the later portions of the afternoon, or middle portions of the afternoon, but still 7.5 hours to go to what, quarter to 3. The better placed of the two Corvettes comes in from the lead and is followed in, Shea, by Matt Campbell. So Jordan Taylor for Corvette and WeatherTech Racing Porsche, both in the pit lane. Jordan
Taylor is out of that number 3 Corvette. I would expect that to be Nick Katzberg climbing aboard, but it kind of looked like Antonio's helmet. So now I'm going to wait and second guess myself until we do see the timing beam on that. Ooh, they just cleaned the windshield. I thought they were doing a tear off for the first time. I was getting all excited. We haven't seen that done today for the 3 Corvette. Fuel tires, and away it goes. Oh, it's so pretty. Also into the pit lane, a lot of other GT stops as I stop being distracted by the beauty that is Corvette racing. As you said, Matt Campbell into the pit lane, fuel and tires for the Porsche. He should be staying aboard. Roman DeAngelis in the Aston Martin for Heart of Racing into the pits, and he was followed in by Zach Veach in the number 12 Lexus, as well as Kenny Habul and Bill Oberlin. Turner Motorsport lives. They are climbing back, and now they have Robbie Foley aboard that BMW wearing just one livery in this race, so it's a little bit less confusing, guys. Oh, and it was Antonio Garcia getting back on the 3. My eyes do not deceive me.
Antonio Garcia, who will team up for the first time with Ollie Gavin for the Corvette's WEC debut this season. Was meant to be here, of course, and then Portimao and Spa, but the first round of the WEC now moved to Spa-Francorchamps, given the travel restrictions and border restrictions in Europe at the moment. Belgium staying under lockdown and may cause some further travel restrictions yet to be determined.
Indicative of the fast-moving situations that Portugal actually has recently come off the bad boys list and is having a massive reduction in infections, whereas Belgium is doing rather badly, which I think indicates this issue of trying to put international race series on, because you might very confidently predict that in the middle of July X country is going to be great, and then it's not.
Yeah, the irony is we probably could have got that WEC racing over Easter weekend now at Portimao, but you can't. It's not a case of plugging one thing in and taking another out, because it's jigsaw pieces that have to fit together. Tony Bernard telling us from Michelin Motorsport in Michelin Countdown to Green that just getting tyres in and out of Europe from France and where they are manufactured, race tyres, and making sure you've got the right tyres in the right place, wondering what the situation's going to be about technicians travelling, all that sort of thing. Basically, logistics is a nightmare for everybody at the moment, so well done to everybody who's got here and put this race on. Shea Adam has news. Oh no, I think we've mentioned that penalty for the 54, haven't we? Yeah. Yeah, we have. Yeah.
Okay.
You can mention it again if you want. Go on.
Oh, well, they're depriving us of a great battle between Colin Brown and Jerome Blakemolin because of 54 incident responsibility. Drive through.
It came through very quickly indeed. That one. About just on 10 minutes before we'll do our next Master in race update, and we'll welcome Jeremy Shaw back as well. Nick Damon, clearly the harbinger of doom, who's had more yellow since he's been with us in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre than any other time of the race.
Yeah, I mean, I managed to get, I eased myself in with 15 laps of yellow. That was the key point, Get used to the camera angles with lots of yellow. That's the key. That's how I have to work. So Tingle and Dixon have now actually begun to gap the Acura and Montoya, haven't they? Because they were nose to tail at the start of the when it all went green again. But now it's close together, the Mazda and the Cadillac, the Chip Ganassi Cadillac. They're just 1.5 seconds. But then it's now 10 seconds back to Montoya. So the ground speed of those cars at this set of conditions, overcast, middle of the afternoon, is quicker than the Acuras.
And that's despite, Nick, the fact they've just gone through a huge line of traffic, which Montoya is in now. So that, that is the ebb and flow. Fastest man at the moment in the prototypes, and certainly last time around, was Alexander Rossi with a 48.1. And it was late 48s and 49s for the cars above, although Tingle and Dixon now having cleared a bit of that traffic are back down to low to mid 48s. 47.1 for Felipe Nasser last time around.
He's obviously on a tear up now to try and get his laps back, though he is going to need yellows to help him. He's going to need 3 well-falling yellows now to get back up.
Possibly just a couple. Possibly just a couple.
Two if he gets some speed, yeah. I mean, it's 2, depending when they fall. You'd say with 7 hours and 20 minutes, it's going to be at least 1, and then you think, well, let's do a second one. So it's all to play for. It's a really interesting situation there where they can't rest on the laurels. In many ways, they have to go faster than anybody else on the track because they're constantly looking for an outside chance of a bit of luck with the yellow. So it's a big push there from the Whelen car, trying to make up for being effectively fenced, completely squished into the wall going around the inside of 17 back in the first hour.
I have to say, I described that as almost the very definition of a racing incident, and I stand by that. Renger van der Zande wasn't too complimentary about Pipo going up the inside, but Pipo was right up the inside. He was alongside, and it was, the heart of racing. Aston knew there was one prototype there, probably didn't know there was 2, and I bet people didn't know the heart of racing car was there because he just wouldn't have seen it past the other prototype he was trying to pass, and then there was a prototype between him and it. So it is the very definition. The gun sight's back on show again on the oh no, that's on the 31 now, not on the 48 Adam.
Clearly the team put that up to try and let the boys know, guys, this is your target, acquire it and move on.
Yeah, very good. A couple of Porsches running together in GT Daytona. Wright Motorsports blue, number 16 going through the first corner now is the leader, and Zach Robichon for Faf in the number 9. That's with the Canadian plaid shirt look to it. Less than a second between those two. Andy Lally has bailed into the pits, and John Potter has taken over the Acura. And they'd sort of worked their way up quite nicely as well, with Lally at the wheel. So I think we are going to see Corey Lewis go back into third in the Lamborghini Huracan of Paul Miller Racing. So Wright, Pfaff and Paul Miller, 16, 9 and number 1, I think will be your top 3, with another 3 seconds further back. Ian James now behind the wheel of the Heart of Racing team Aston Martin Vantage GT3. That's the number 23 car of which we spoke a little while ago. Are the rest of Heart of Racing back from the other side of the world yet, Shea? Are they still shipwrecked on some island off New Zealand or whatever that was they were doing? In all honesty, they did get stuck out there for a very long time, but when you got lemons you make lemonade, and they were still doing good work out there for the foundation and the charity.
Is Alex Riberas back in the car this weekend? Nope, he's still stuck in New Zealand. They actually were having a little bit of fun down there, John. The America's Cup just finished this past week, and I don't think it's a spoiler alert at this point. Congratulations to Team New Zealand for winning that yet again. But they are down there, and they did do a little bit of sponsorship of one of the 4 boats that was competing in the America's Cup, so you were able to see Heart of Racing. I think it might have even been on the New Zealand boat, as a matter of fact. But nope, Gabe Newell and and Alex are still down in New Zealand, still making the best of things. And to be honest, if you're stuck in New Zealand, is that the worst thing in the world? It's kind of a beautiful country.
No, not at all. Not at all. That is one of the places that I've still got to tick off. Not managed to get down there yet, if and when. That's all I'll say on that. Mazda going into turn 10, and that is the lead of the motor race by just 0.8 of a second. Tinknell has Scott Dixon even a little closer than that now, as Cadillac Chip Ganassi Racing trying to close in the two light coloured cars. And did I see Felipe Nasser not too far away from those two as well? And where is he? No, he's going into turn 1 at the moment. I've just seen the weirdest message on the race control channel.
Yeah, car 18, which is Era Motorsport, Kyle Tilley finally got to work. They shortcut turn 15. So their lap has been invalidated from the last time around. Or not the last time around, 3 times around before. I was reading the wrong line. I don't remember seeing that message from race control at Sebring before.
So does that mean they haven't got the lap time, or they've taken the lap from them and docked them a lap?
They are showing is 132 laps complete, whereas lead in class is showing 134. So they must have taken the lap away.
Wow.
No, they haven't taken the lap away. They've validated it. It's just a 1x job. It's fine. But I know exactly what's happened. Is he's turned into Jean de Bian. He's got it wrong. He's run on over that bit of concrete, which takes you off what would be the right-left as you swing in towards the long curve. He's just gone straight over the concrete and straight lined that part rather than making that right-hander. So he just got in too hot into Jean de Bian. And they said lap time invalidated. It's one of those weird things where they invalidate lap time but nothing else happens. Because to remove a lap for that, which would be effectively a 2-minute penalty, would be ridiculous. It would definitely be a mistake because you don't want to go over that curve because you can damage the car.
Right. Okay. Nick, we're going to say goodbye to you for a little while. Thank you very much indeed. As you leave, of course, the battle for the lead is hotting up, so it really is #blame Nick.
Well, I look forward to 3 hours of green running and I'll be back to ruin it later.
Right, okay, Nick, thank you very much indeed. Nick Damon will be back in around about 3 hours' time, so we'll be rejoining Jeremy Shaw after we've had our latest Mazda in race update, and it's looking pretty good at the head of the field for Mazda at the moment, as Harry Tinknell is leading the motor race and been out there for about 17 laps, and so that means he's got 3 or 4 laps to go before he pulls in. Exactly the same situation for Scott Dixon in second place for Cadillac Chip Ganassi Racing. 1.5 seconds the gap between first and second, while Montoya is a further 11 seconds further back, and he's done 1 more lap since he came out of the pits. Alexander Rossi, now he has done 14 laps, although of course he had to come in that after 4 laps to serve a drive-through, leaving the pit lane with equipment attached, and that's dropped him 37.5 seconds away from the lead. But he's still got, as I say, about 6 laps to go before that car needs to come in. Kami Kobayashi is in 5th position, the last car on the lead lap. He's only on his 9th lap since that number 48 Cadillac was filled with fuel. First car off the lead lap is Sebastian Bourdais for Mustang Sampling. Now, I've just said that. Where is Bourdais? Because I thought he'd got back on the lead lap for a moment or two. And Philippe Nasser in the 31 has just come into the pits after a 21 lap stint, all of which was green, so that's spot on. In LMP2, Mikkel Jensen, PR1 Matheson Motorsport, leads by a goodly margin. The number 52 has almost a minute and 20 seconds over Gabriel Aubry for Tower Motorsport in the number 8. And the third of the LMP2 Oregas is Era Motorsports, number 18, that's Kyle Tilley. GT Le Mans, still all to play for there with Corvette in the shape of the number 3 car. That's the silver with the red flashes. Antonio Garcia, king of Spain. Philip Eng in second, 2.5 seconds further back from Team RLL. That's the red BMW. And then John Edwards, the grey, dark grey car, is another 13 seconds further back. And he's got 2 seconds on Matt Campbell in the white WeatherTech 79 Porsche. Mike Conway has replaced Felipe Nasser, by the way, in the 31 Cadillac. And Alexander Sims has just replaced Nick Tandy, was it? I think it was, in the final GT Le Mans car, the much delayed now number 4. It was a coil pack electrical issue on that Corvette number 4. Still, however, in 5th position. LMP3 47 Motorsports, the Duquesne now in the lead for Austin McCusker. The number 7 car has almost half a minute on Performance Tech's number 38. Scott Andrews is behind the wheel of the Riley Ligier in third, another 47 seconds back from the leaders. GT Daytona, Trent Hinman leads for Wright Motorsport Porsche by 2 seconds from the Zachary Robichon Pfaff number 9, and then Ian James is 21 seconds further back as into the pit lane comes Corey Lewis of Paul Miller Racing's Lamborghini. So that leaves the top 6 as Zach Veach for Vassar Sullivan in the RCF GT3 Lexus number 12, and John Potter will go through in the number 44 Magnus with Archangel Acura to make up the top 6. That's how it stands as we are at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Live coverage of the Mobil 112 Hours of Sebring on IMSA Radio. Welcome back to Jeremy Shaw, who rejoins us in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Fully refueled and ready to go for another 3 hours or thereabouts. This is a cracking battle at the sharp end of the field, Jeremy. Tinknell, Dixon, Montoya and Rossi, all right, a little bit further back. Kobayashi still in there as well. What a quintet of drivers to be leading this motor race.
Yeah, pretty cool, isn't it? And Harry Tinknell's doing some really nice, consistent laps at the front of the field here, holding off Scott Dixon, who looks like he might be a tad quicker, but he's not going to push his luck at this stage in the game. But they seem to be running, obviously comparable lap times, because the number 01 car cannot find a way past number 55. So it's been a good battle between those two. Well, Pablo Montoya, that gap back to third position is remaining pretty much constant, 10 or 11 seconds, depending on the traffic. Behind them is Alexander Rossi, who's trying to make up for that penalty, but over the last 8 laps he's pulled in about a couple of seconds perhaps at the most. And Kobayashi in the number 48 car, that car is really fast, isn't it? And it's off sequence with everybody else kind of still, but the last couple of stops, it was 20 stops for 20 laps during the last stint. I don't think that included any yellow, or it might have done. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that 48 car as number 60 car comes into the pits from third place.
Shea Adam is watching that for us.
Time for Olivier Pla to have a little bit more fun. Now remember, they've adjusted the front ride height of this car since the last time Olivier's driven it, so it might take him an extra corner or two to get a feel for the car as to how it was this morning when he last left it. Also into the pit lane we had Sebastian Bourdais in and out for the number 5 Mustang Sampling Racing. The 83 Win Autosport, Nicholas Cruton was in and out once again. And 2 stops in GTD, we had the number 1 Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini Madison Snow took back over that car, and the 14 Lexus, that's the one that was long delayed because of the brake issues during the caution. Aaron Telitz is now once again installed behind the wheel of that.
Shea Adam with our VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock report. Just a reminder, on Tuesday afternoon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern, that is 5 in the UK, 4-hour time difference, Hagerty inside track. We'll have a stellar lineup of guests which we'll confirm on the socials either later on today or tomorrow. An hour in vision as we look back at the headline makers from this race. 1 o'clock Eastern, 5 in the UK Tuesday. So just when you start to jones a little bit for your racing fix, we will pop up with Hagerty inside track. Won't we then? Looking forward to that. So at the front of the field in prototypes, the Mazda looking to do the double here and back-to-back victories. Should be in at the end of this lap, I think, for Harry Tinknell. This has been an all-green run for Tinknell and Dixon. So
2 laps in to John.
Yeah.
The number 55 again, I think. Oh, maybe not.
That'll be it's 21 at the end of this one. So if they go through again, yeah. Just over 7 hours to the checkered flag, and still have very decent track and weather conditions, with the air and track temperature being pretty much the same for quite some time now, to be honest. Just to mid-70s Fahrenheit, 23 Celsius. It's around about 74 on the Fahrenheit scale. And here they come, both together into the pit lane. A little bit later on the brakes for Scott Dixon than Harry Tinknell, if anything. And he peels into his pit stall first. Shea Adam.
And that's Renger van der Zande again, walking casually over to the side of the car. Very relaxed, very comfortable, no pressure, just going out to race around Sebring International Raceway in the 12-hour to try and get your first ever win. And oh yeah, you're going to come out of the pits battling for the lead, because that's how this thing works. They are doing a windshield clean. 4 new Michelin tires, as Renger said. They have no concerns about needing to double stint their tires. So the drinks bottle is in, the Renger is in, the tires are on, the Renger is away. Also into the pit lane, we had the Mazda. The Mazda's not yet moving, but the Mazda was a little bit further down the pit lane as a result of a better finish at Daytona. Transition lane now for the Mazda. Is it a nose ahead of the Cadillac? It is. So this is game on. Mazda versus Cadillac. Who's going to get heat in their tires first?
Yeah, very much closer, I would say, though. About maybe 2 cars lengths closer. And of course, the car in front. Oh, round the outside. They're outside of the pit lane now, so that is allowed to race. And what a fantastic manoeuvre there for Renger van der Zande. Really caused Oliver Jarvis napping as he came out and stayed right on the yellow line. They were off the pit lane speed limiter. All of that concrete out there is part of the racetrack, and you can race as soon as you're off the limiter, and that's exactly what Renger did. Fantastic, Jeremy Shaw. That was real confidence on cool tyres for Renger van der Zande.
Yeah, really impressive, because during that last stint, Scott Dixon had been hammering away at the back end, not literally, thankfully, a number 55 car with Harry Tinknell at the wheel. He wasn't able to find a way past. They seem to be pretty closely matched, although I would say the Cadillac looks like it might have a little bit of hand, a little bit of a slight pace advantage through this point in the race at least, but it's not night time, and that's going to be the crucial time in this race, of course. But that move, I think, will be very, very important for that Cadillac Ganassi team to get in front of the Mazda. We'll see now whether Renger van der Zande is able to pull away.
Such heads-up driving from Renger. You've got to be on it from the moment, we've said this before, from the moment your thumb comes off the pit lane speed limit to the moment it goes back on again. We referenced Michael Schumacher and how he used to practice coming into the pit lane. Well, it's just as important to get out speedily as well. So Alex Rossi then assumed the lead, so another lead change for Jeremy to chronicle, and he comes into the pits next time around, Shea.
Fuel and tires for Alex Rossi, and let's wait and see if the refueling man has a little bit less issue getting the nozzle disattached this time, or unattached, I guess. Proper English is easy. Pulling the car off the air jack now, it just, wow, it very gently settles back down onto its wheels. Normally that action tends to be a bit more aggressive. There we go, nozzle comes out, car gets rolling. That was exactly the stop that they meant to do the last time around too. Right.
Sorry, say again, Shea?
Detached. Thank you, Tim Gray.
Yeah. Disattached, unattached, hardly attached. You are adding words to the dictionary there. That's Damon's job. So don't you try and muscle in on his work. He'll be giving you a hard time when he comes back. A couple of minutes before we tick over another race hour. Race starting green flagged at 10 past the clock hour, if that makes sense, wherever you are around the world. Good to have you. WWOJ 99.1 at the circuits, Sirius 216, XM 392 and RS2 around the world. And streaming video for those of you who don't have network TV coverage on IMSARadio.com, which is where you'll find out audio as well, and a whole lot of IMSA content that you can download or you may listen on demand. GT Le Mans getting interesting. Matt Campbell has target acquired Jeremy with the BMW number 24 of Jonathan Edwards.
Yeah, and he's whittled away. That gap was about four seconds, maybe 6-7 laps ago, so he's closed in on the tail of number 24 car, has the 79 of Matty Campbell, and we've got all four of the cars that haven't had a problem in GTLM on the lead lap, and now separated by, well, not much more than 20 seconds actually. So it's a good battle that is continuing there. The number 4 car remains now 2, maybe 3 laps behind the other 4 contenders, but this battle's going to go all the way, I think, and I don't think we've yet seen the best of the Porsche. It was very, very fast in practice, and I would be surprised if that was challenging for the lead by the end of this race.
Jeremy Shaw's sentence finished as we go down to 7 hours still remaining. This side, well, there's a tiny little bit of damage on the right rear of that BMW, but then when I see the left rear, I'm not sure there is. It's just the way the diffuser at the back is cut round the back of the rear wheels. BMW M4 Sport stripes never made any car look worse. It is one of those type of liveries, works well on the dark and the light car. Oh, spin, and that's the 75 Sun Energy One right in front of that battle we were watching, and the Sun Energy One AMG number 75 has gone around with Kenny Apple at the wheel. At that turn, the exit of turn 6 in towards turn 7. It's backed into the wall and it's not moving. Oh, what a shame. Running well inside the top 10, and Kenny trying to restart the engine. I can see the blue marker light behind the Mercedes trefoil grille, but it's going on and off, but I don't think he can get that engine fired up. And as we head into another hour of the race, are we going to start this 6th hour of the race with the re-emergence? Oh no, he's got it going, spins up the rear Michelin's, waits for a moment, make sure he knows where he is, and then gives it a big bit of wheel speed to clean off the rear Michelin's. But well done race control there for letting that play out, because they could have easily went for the big yellow flag button. He just got onto the dirt on the exit of the hairpin at turn 7 and looped it. It has hit the wall, but pretty flat. Straight on is, when I say that, straight over the back of the car. There was a little bit of tyre rub, I think. Tell you what, there's not much damage there at all, Jeremy. That could have been a lot worse, particularly if he'd gone in on an angle. But I do think it's pushed the bodywork in a wee bit at the back. But if the diffuser's okay, oh, turn 16. Oh, no, he's cracked the diffuser. Oh, and behind him, that's the 33 Short Creech Motorsport car having a wee bit of a loop as well, and the Turner Motorsport Liquid Moly car. And there was another car off on the grass that had to avoid it.
The LMP3 leader, I think that was the customer there who was off the road as well. Oh.
That was all at turn 16. So I wonder if there's something. I do think there's damage on the back of Kenny Bull's car. He's not put in the pits as yet. But is it dropping something? Is it maybe dropping some oil, or did he get caught out with somebody else's oil and everybody else did behind him? Because that was, what, 2 or 3 or 4 cars there, Jeremy, that had an issue at turn 16, Le Mans corner, heading onto the back straight.
Yeah, curious there. I'm not sure whether maybe Jan Clary was trying to get his lap back on McCusker. Could have been, because the number 33 car certainly is a lap down. So I don't know what happened there. It was kind of interesting. Well, actually 33 was behind 74, so curious. So let's see what we can learn from a replay. Oh, 33 car spun on his own.
Fabulous avoidance by the MSR Acura, which is, you know, his 4th place car. Ollie Platt had to really tighten his line.
And I think the 33 car got ahead of the 7, and the 7 went off. The number 7 car went off with avoidance.
Yeah, I agree.
Of the spinning number 33.
I'd agree with that. Yeah, that was a weird one, very weird one. But that, I mean, it's a quick track, Jeremy. Things happen fast, and you know, you can't be driving around on a racetrack as you would on the road. You drive on the road thinking, you know, your favourite country road, you drive it thinking there could be a tractor parked in the middle of the road at every blind corner you come round. You can't do that on a racetrack. You've got to commit even though you can't see the exit, and you've got to absolutely commit to that corner to take as much corner speed through the middle of the turn as you can. And then when something does block the exit, you've got to react very quickly indeed.
Yeah, you have. You're absolutely right. And you know, you're always on the limit, are you not? So it's very easy to make a mistake, and it's a slippery corner at the best of times. That sort of sequence of S's there right before what would be the WEC pit lane these days, and support races for IMSA. And it was. The good news is I don't think there's any contact between anybody, so everybody involved did a really good job to keep it cleanish.
If I speak without turning my mic on, then it's not going to work, is it? At IMSA Radio is where you can get in touch with us. Thank you for all the kind comments about what we're doing at the moment. Live, free, no blocks, no breaks on the audio, of course, as ever. Always good to have you here.
By the way, for number 7, well, it wasn't really a spin, but the off-course excursion there for number 7 car means that it's Mateo Lorena now, the young Guatemalan who's driving the Performance Tech Motorsports car number 38. That was the car we saw, I think, have a spin a little while ago. I'm not sure that was just after Lorena took the wheel of that car, or whether it was while Dan Goldberg was driving. I can't remember, to be honest. But that car is up into 2nd place now. It's within 20 seconds of the race lead. Similar margin, a little bit less than that back in position is Scott Andrews, who is driving the that won the LMP3 category at Daytona. That's the Riley Motorsport car number 74 in 3rd position, and he is those 3 cars now are on the lead lap in LMP3. Number 33 car with that spin is now 1 lap down again.
Get the feeling that this pace is starting to take its toll, perhaps. We're ahead again of the distance record pace, having had just over an hour and 17 minutes since we waved goodbye to the C8 safety car. And significantly, Mike Conway is now ahead of Kamui Kobayashi. Now, which one is catching which one? Has Conway just got a lap back? Yeah, he has. And into the pits comes Kobayashi. So that is still the fight back continues, and the drive back for Whelen Engineering in the 31 Cadillac, as into the pits comes the race leader on the pit stop cycle. The Ally Cadillac comes to its halt, where Shea Adam will describe its service.
It will be fuel, tires, and a driver change for this car, as Jimmy Johnson going back in once again. He was just short of the minimum drive time, so we knew that we would be seeing his helmet behind the wheel of this pink, purple, and white machine once again. Fuel and tires, as that was the completion of a 20-lap stint for Kamui before jumping out of the car. They're definitely going to be saving their powder for the end of this one. That was a windshield tear-off. Yay! First one we've seen of the day. The tire change is done. Fuel nozzle is detached. Thank you, Tim. I'm going to keep looking at that note. We keep saying that every time. And away it goes. Further down the pit lane, also, I believe that is the 99 Porsche from Team Hardpoint and EBM. Has not been a great day for them. They are currently scored as 27 laps behind the next in class. And I didn't see a whole lot of work going on to it. So either that car was coming out from behind them all, or they just aren't really in much of a hurry to try and get work done.
Question, yeah. Cadillac rumbles back up to pace, so Renger van der Zande will go through in a second or two in the 0-1. He's just coming on the back straight now. So that effectively, with that pit stop, Jeremy, that does give put Bourdais back on the lead lap, and Mike Conway now just 2 laps off the lead lap. Is that right, with that pit stop from the 48 Cadillac?
Yeah, that's right. At least for a while. Yeah, the number 31 car will be in for number 5, but it's still quite a long while yet. They're only about halfway through the stint for number 31 car. So a full course caution, at any stage would be kind of good for them. So this is the 17th lead change for the race. This is the number 1 car of Renger van der Zande goes back into the lead. The first time that car has actually led since lap 85, and that's a result of that brilliant pass after the pit stops by Renger van der Zande on Oliver Jarvis, and he'd actually pulled out about 8 seconds over the Mazda in the last 6-7 laps since on pit lane. So about a second a lap he was extending that advantage, and now Renger van der Zande back in the lead of this race, and that was another interesting to me that number 48 car is running just 20 lap stints for the most part. It's and sometimes normally less than that. At least the good news is the last 2 stints have both been 20 laps. But before that, John, we saw an 18-lap stint and a 16-lap stint for that car. I'm not quite sure why that was. It seems to be back on schedule right now.
Yeah, no reasoning offered up by the team, I should say, either. For that, we speculated that they might have had a fuel pickup problem that was getting worse. That was discounted from the team when the question was put to them. I know that all of the PRs are listening up and down the pit lane as well, and therefore, if we do speculate a little bit once in a while, it's often as much to quickly ask a question that can be then answered by our communications between us and the PR groups. as it is to just air our thoughts. Other battles going on in other classes. Sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
Yeah, number 5 car, it is a lap down, by the way, still. And it's now coming to the pits again, which is definitely early. That car was last in on lap 140, now lap 152 for that car. And I think he's back on pit lane. It's showing that way on the scoring. Yes, it is.
Right. Yeah, as you said, Jeremy, that one is well short. And that, I've bought into 21 laps in the previous stint, only what, 12 there, he's barely been out.
Yeah.
And his lap times were all right.
Yeah.
Right, well, that is the Mustang sampling JDC Miller. Shea already trying to get in touch with the team.
Tapping away at my phone.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. I hear the cogs turning as well. So Jimmy Johnson back in the number 48 Cadillac. Is this the first time he's been in that car since the stint where he had the accident, which was the first time he'd been in the car since the accident in...
Stint when he'd had the accident, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
All right, okay. Did 27 laps at the start of the race, Jimmy, and he's not been in since then. So got out of the car at 4 minutes past 11. Is that about right? Yeah.
Yeah, he was in the car for an hour and 22 minutes.
Right. Okay.
Oh, sorry, excuse me, wrong one. 54 minutes.
Yeah.
As Jay said, he was 6 minutes short of the minimum time.
Yeah. Super. So yeah, so that was about 5 past 11 local time when he got out. Back in now at about 20 past 3 in the afternoon. My watch refuses to remember that the clocks have gone forward in the US despite it being a radio controlled watch, if you see what I mean. By that I don't mean it's whizzing around the room, you know what I mean, it takes a time signal. So I've got to keep remembering to put an hour onto it. Ollie Jarvis 3 seconds behind Renger van der Zande, and traffic playing its part, Jeremy.
Yeah, indeed, because that gap had gone out to about 8 seconds from first to second. It's now down to, it's now halved. It's down to, well, it was 3, it's now 4. So as Jarvis indeed has that trouble. Just got a note back from Larry Holt. So the car's not great at the moment, but they're hoping that it's going to be better at night time. So once the sun goes down and the temperature comes down a bit more even from where it is now, because it'll maybe come to that Mouse's favour. But he's certainly, you know, he's turning laps right now. Last time was a 48.1 for Oliver Jarvis. Olivier Clark behind him with a 47.3 and number 69 Sack Racing Acura. The leader, of course, had traffic on that last lap, but not representative.
Wherever you're tuning in from, whether you're at the track, further afield, good to have your company on IMSA Radio. So many people listening while they're moving around on Sirius 216 and XM 392. And of course, around the world on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Keep the tweets coming in at IMSA Radio, let us know where you are. 55 Mazda. Ollie Jarvis settling into his work now. Gap's gone back out to nearly 7 seconds as he hits the traffic that Van der Zande had to negotiate earlier on in the 01 Chip Ganassi Cadillac. It's the 2 light coloured cars, isn't it? Front of the field. We've been keeping an eye on. Battle still with Matt Campbell and John Edwards for BMW, or for WeatherTech Porsche for BMW. That's 3rd and 2nd in GT Le Mans. And also, as you might assume, in GT Le Mans, GT tunnels, excuse me, where Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini, Madison Snow is catching Catherine Legg. Catherine battling for the championship against Paul Miller Racing, what, a couple of seasons ago now. So there's a bit of history there. Lost out to Madison Snow and Brian Sellers. She was in the NSX then, of course, wasn't she? Now with the Porsche, the Team Hardpoint EBM, that's 6th and 7th position. And Snow right with the Porsche now, as they are battling away, trying to find them on the circuit actually at the moment.
Turn 14.
Thank you. Oh yes, there we are. Right in front of them at the moment, the 4th place United Autosport LMP car with Boyd struck by. So that battle is now on the back straight. And Madison Snow sitting right in behind the Porsche. May be able to get the draft down the back straight.
From the Mazda camp, they're having radio issues as well on that car, which is not helping them, and the data beacon isn't working either. Other than that, says Larry Holt, it's mint. Good for him. Keep up the optimistic tone. He also says that they won't let me hang out my clipboard that I bought in 1983. Well, hey Larry, if you're listening to us, I am using the clipboard that I made in wait a minute, I won't tell you when that was. It was a long time before 1983, though, I can tell you.
Yeah, but you're not hanging it out over the pit wall where people are going past at 120 miles an hour either, mate. Because trust me, that would turn any of the prototypes into a cabriolet if that went through there. My goodness me. It's like a guillotine blade, that. I'm surprised they let you take it on an aircraft. It's a lethal weapon, that's like Odd Job's hat brim from the Bond movies.
Yeah. Hey, look,
you did that in metalwork, didn't you?
I'm changing the subject here. Great lap from Renke van der Zande, 146.151, which is identical to the lap time that was turned earlier on by number 31 car, 146.151. So it equals the lap record.
Oh wow!
If it was qualified, then number 31 car would have the advantage because it's set first. But I think in terms of lap records, I would say that's a shared lap record.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, 146.151. And we've been talking about this for a wee while. And by the way, after that spin from Kenny Aboul in the 75 Sun Energy 1, the chrome green and flame 75 car, he did get back that car back the pits. He did a couple of laps, came back in. I think I saw Maro Engel's name against that for the first time in this race. And that car is running again. That, as I said, the chrome green Sun Energy got back down at the scene of the crime actually now. We've been seeing this, Jeremy, but the lap times are extraordinary. The pace that has been set. The previous lap record we were pretty impressed with these DPIs, and in motor racing terms, it's been soundly thrashed here in the first 5 hours of the race.
Yeah, it certainly has, and we didn't get. We lost the end of last year, or the first race last year, 47.6, which was a couple of tenths away from the old lap record that was set in 2019. The fastest lap in the 12 hours here in November. I'll have to look that one up, but it was slower than that certainly. It was the fastest lap in the 12 hours was a 47.7. That was actually set by Ricky Taylor. So significantly quicker than that. That was a 47.7. We're now down a 46.1 here this afternoon.
It's Jeremy Shaw. He's alongside me, virtually at least, in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Social distancing applying. Shea Adam keeping us up to date with all the news from the pit and paddock as our VP Racing Field pit and paddock reporter. And the pass was made. Sorry if you mentioned that, Jeremy, but I was talking about the battle that was heating up between Madison Snow and Catherine Legg. Madison has gone through and pulled out about a second. That's not right, is it? Or is my... The timing hasn't updated, is it not?
Correct. Madison did go through, and there was no damage between the two cars.
No, excellent, well done. Very professional, pair of them.
I do have a sister car, though, from Hardpoint Team EBM that is officially listed as a retirement now at this point. So the 99 Porsche is out, the 28 Mercedes is out, and there might be some extensive damage to that car. The team is having a look at it right now, involving future participation. The 19 Grasser Lamborghini is out, and we are still showing the number 11 from Win Autosport as in the pit lane, as this time around, Catherine Legg does dive into the pits. She should be staying aboard because Christina Nielsen is taking over from her, and Christina Nielsen was just texting me, so I don't think she's quite ready yet.
Jeremy, with a note on the number 14 Lexus RCF GT3.
Yeah, indeed. That car was run up front all the way through the early stints of the race. They've had a few little niggles, though. They had a problem when they changed the brakes during the caution period, about an hour and a half or so ago. And then they had to make a tweak after that. And after that, the hood came loose. So they had to stop again to refasten it. And that amounted to an emergency stop. So they got a penalty after that. That is why number 14 car is kind of languishing a little bit at the moment in the 8th position in the class. And it is, though, I think, still on the lead lap. No, it's not, is it? It's a lap off the pace in GTD at the moment, so they've got some work to do to make up that lost ground. It's number 14 car. Aaron Thielett's currently at the wheel of that Vasser Sullivan Lexus.
Into the pit lane for John Edwards in the Rahal Lanigan BMW. So for a moment taken out of that fascinating fight in GT Le Mans. So we have Corvette now with a 31-second lead back to Matt Campbell for the WeatherTech Porsche. Of course, there's pit stops to make for those cars as well. Van der Zande, 47.6 last time around, 47.9 for Oliver Jarvis, just holding around about 10 seconds. 14 seconds on Ollie Clark for MSR with Curb Agajanian, the number 60 Acura. So once again, 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. John Edwards steered aboard the BMW of Team RLL, the 24 car, the dark river 2 cars. He's back out on the track already. Half an hour to go to half distance, Jeremy. Doesn't time fly when you're enjoying yourself?
Wow, yeah, it certainly does. That's incredible. It's Reger van der Zande who still has got pretty much a stranglehold in this race. He's extended that lead now out to almost 10 seconds over Oliver Jarvis in the Mazda. But I was just looking. Mike Conway has just brought number 31 car into the pits for a scheduled stop. That car had been briefly just 2 laps down again, but now with this pit stop it'll go 3 laps down. Then gain that lap back, but the lead has come on to play in a little while. The number 01 car is now 16 laps into its stint, so another 5 laps or so we can expect to see the race leading car onto the pit lane.
Shea Adam has an update on the number 99. Rumours of its demise may have been somewhat premature, the Porsche.
The official Porsche Twitter account sent out a message saying that the 99 has been retired, and yet it's going around on the racetrack, so that's a little bit confusing. But in any case, we have another Porsche pit stop, so we'll get to the bottom of that situation in a few minutes' time. But Matt Campbell bringing in that 79 WeatherTech Racing Porsche. He should be getting out because he has done a triple stint behind the wheel. Jam did a double before him, and Cooper McNeil owes us 1 minute and 24 seconds before he has officially met minimum drive time. So I would expect to see Cooper back behind the wheel of that car early in the race, and then you can hand it over to Jam and Matty to take it to the checker.
Performance Tech have been pinged in the pit lane 3 kilometres over. That'll be a drive through for the number 38. And that is not good news at any time. Certainly not good news when you're battling in the top 4 of a tight LMP3 timing screen battle. Still half the race to go though. So, thanks to Tim Gray, who is stepping aside over in our London control room, and we'll welcome Kerry Cobb, I guess, producing and making sure that we're talking to the world, which is great. Nice to have Kez back as well. Into the pit lane for that penalty. Here comes the red, white and black Performance Tech machine.
Yeah, that is Matteo Lorena serving the penalty. Now, we don't know if it was his fault for taking it back out 3 kilometers too fast, or if it was his fault bringing it in for 3 kilometers too fast. But we do know it was his fault. And there is a bit of damage to the left rear of that prototype as well. So perhaps not all great in Performance Tech world, but we know that the car has been very quick today. And Lorena certainly will be their nominee to try and bring it back up to speed quickly. And it also helps that Austin McCusker followed him into the pit lane, but McCusker in that 47 Motorsport Duquesne number 7 needs to stay in the pit lane for a little bit longer, because Austin has now completed a triple stint. Oliver Askew has completed a triple stint. That, by my calculations, says it's time for Stephen McAleer.
Oh yeah, drafted in to that team at short notice, and you're absolutely spot on, by the way, about the number 38 damage down the left-hand side of that car, just in front, I think, of the rear wheels. It might just be a little bit of the wrap around the side pod of the car that's peeling away. You see, now I say that now, and it looks possibly a little more substantial damage than that. That might have actually punched a hole in the side pod there, so that aerodynamically is going to be interesting, shall we say. Let's hope there's no components in there that can fall foul of the air blowing through it, because at the speeds we're talking about around here, that will be getting pressurised there in front of the rear wheel. Leading GT Le Mans car in the pits, brought in by Antonio Garcia here.
And that looked to me like a driver change going on for that pit stop, namely because the driver change assistant was out over the wall. Fuel and tires for that car. Now, Nick Katzberg has not yet driven in the race, so perhaps Nicky's gone, you know what, guys, can I have a go, please? Can I have a turn? And they finally said, all right, Nicky, fine, you know, will that get you to be quiet for a little bit? So yeah, let's see if that's indeed his name next to that car. By the way, it is Stephen McAleer who has taken over the number 7 and the Corvette, the red accented silver Corvette, off the wheel stands and away and rolling. And it's still showing as Antonio Garcia, yeah, but I definitely saw a helmet plug going on there. Let me text Ryan Smith and find out.
Half the race nearly done, and one of the drivers not been in that car yet. Stephen McAleer does go out. Catherine Legg did continue in the number 88 Porsche, and has just set that car's best lap of the race. We're talking about the number 88 Hardpoint ABM Porsche. Pit stop, she got down to 8th position, which is 7 seconds behind Aaron Thielitz, and lapped a full second quicker than the Vassar Sullivan. Lexus RCF GT3, which does have the fastest GT Daytona lap of the race. Acura in the pit lane is the number 60 of Ollie Plash. Here, Adam.
Fuel, tires, and a bit of a windshield clean for Olivier Pla, but he is staying aboard for a second stint. And by the way, no driver change for Antonio Garcia, so they are still keeping Nick Katzberg fresh and not letting him play in the race quite yet. It will be beyond halfway before Nick Katzberg gets in for his first stint.
Six and a half hours still to go. Sights and sounds of Sebring being broadcast across the world in sound and vision. IMSA Radio.com. BMW all the way, almost to the support pit wall, is the number 25, currently driven by Philip A. Second place, 3.5 seconds away from the Garcia Corvette that leads. That Corvette, shame that we lost the number 4 with that issue with the misfire in the coil pack earlier on, Jeremy, because that's C8R, certainly the number 3. Well, it has, that one at least has at the moment all 3 of the Holy Trinity: reliability, speed and economy, and you normally don't get all of those, any 2 normally.
Yeah, that's true. It does seem to be able to go a little bit longer than all of the other contenders in GTL, at least at the moment. Pit stop for number 23 Aston Martin at a 2nd position, with the pit stop sequence now well underway.
Yeah, the GTDs, there's 1 or 2 cars in the GTD that are well off sequence with the others. Trent Hinman in the Wright Motorsports Porsche has been out there for 10 laps now, as other people are just starting to come in. Pfaff Motorsport car's got probably another 4 laps or so to do. Aston in after 28 laps, so that's round about right. 27, 28, 29 maybe for the GTs, Daytonas. Catherine Legg's been out there for 4 laps. Maro Engel for the Synergy 1 Mercedes AMG after just a 14-lap stint for Kenny Abul. But I think Kenny has probably done his time in that car with that stint. Maro on his 13th.
Kenny has done 3 stints. I think he might be close on time. I need to check at the bottom of the next hour, to be honest.
Okay. And he has to do 3 hours, doesn't he?
3 hours, correct.
Yeah. A full stint is an hour, and he's done. Well, he did 40 laps there behind the safety car, then another 14. He's going to, as you say, he's going to be close. I'll look that up in a moment while you tell me what's happening with Alexander Rossi, who's back in the pit lane, Shea.
It is another pit stop for Alexander Rossi, and another time where he should be left behind the wheel, because this is his 2nd trip down the pit lane, if you will, and each of the drivers needing to do a triple stint before Wayne Taylor will let them out of the car and give them a little bit of a break. Fuel and tires going on to the Acura as they're staggering their stops. I do love to see all the different strategies of doing their pit stops. Do you do the lefts first and then the rights? Do you do the left front, right rear, and then the right rear, left front? Or left rear, right front. Yeah, you know what I meant. But they are doing the staggered stops where it is diagonal, waiting on fuel for Alexander Rossi, and then he'll go back out for what should be the 3rd of his triple stint, and then they'll let him out of the car.
Unofficially, and it is unofficially, 3 hours and 11 minutes for Kenny in the Sun Energy machine. He did that very, very long stint, if you remember, when we had a yellow flag. He just got into the car at that point. So he did 28 laps at the beginning, and then he did 8 laps and 32 laps and 14 laps, all of which had elements of yellow flag, I believe, in it. As I say, that is unofficial, but it would look to me as if they might have cracked the time for Kenny. 0-1 in the pit lane. In fact, both the leaders in the pit lane, Ollie Jarvis for Mazda and Cadillac Chip Ganassi 0-1. So once again, it's the battle of the pit crew.
It's a failed attempt to remove a windshield tear-off for Renger van de Zande and the 0-1 Cadillac Chip Ganassi Racing. Pulled the windshield tear-off up, and then the wiper smacked it back down again. So that might mean that there are bubbles in front of Renger for this stint. That would distort his vision, but he wasn't able to actually spend the additional time in the box to get that cleared away, as the Mazda leaves well far behind Ranger this time. Last time they left the pit lane, it was the Mazda just ahead of Ranger. This time, Ollie Jarvis has a bit of ground to try and make up, as he did stay aboard the 55 Mazda and actually almost had the 74 Spencer Piggott behind the wheel of that Element 3 P3 machine for the first time today. There was very nearly a coming together between those two as they were joining the fast lane.
Shit. Have another change of lead then. Great, Jeremy, that, I mean, there's always a bit of a worry when you've got single digits in the top class. We started with 7 cars. They're all in positions 1 to 7, albeit with Mike Conway driven down Cadillac, the number 31, a couple of laps off the lead. But really and truly, 6 of those 7, and you'd probably say with half the race still to go, probably all 7 of them are still in with a shout there, because getting a lap back, if the safety car comes out at the right time for the 31, is not beyond the bounds of possibility.
Certainly isn't, no. I mean, yeah, we're not even halfway through this race, so if you can lose 2 or 3 or 4 laps in the first half, you can certainly make them up again in the second half if you play the cards right and if the luck falls your way. But what was interesting to me during that last stint, they're both 22 laps for each of the 2 leaders there, number 01 and number 55, but the number 01 car pulled out nearly 14 seconds during that stint over number 55. They made the pass, Renger van der Zande made the pass as they rejoined after the last pit stop. They came in 14 seconds between the 2 of them. So that was a pretty big gainer there for the 01 car of Renger van der Zande. I think he might actually be able to retain the lead now, because Jimmy Johnson is driving the number 48 car, and I think he has. He's he's made the pit stop and has not lost the lead.
Oh, that's a significant...
First time that's happened during this race.
Yes, correct. That's a significant part of a point in the race, isn't it? We look for little things like that. It was that a 22-lap stint for Van der Zande? Yeah.
Both that and the Mazda.
Right, that's interesting. Jimmy's due in about another 4 laps' time. And he hasn't had the best of traffic recently. In the middle part of this stint, should I say. That is a significant moment in the race where Van der Zande and Chip Ganassi 01 Cadillac have made their 8th pit stop without losing the lead to the Ally Cadillac. Now that's also big down the pit lane, it has, but remember, one of those was to replace the nose cone on that car, and so that's what put them off. So they've not had 8 full pit stops, and that's why that is significant that Jeremy mentioned it, significant enough that Jeremy mentions it now. And of course what will happen is that the Ally car will drop back when it makes what is its next pit stop, the 9th. It's kind of its 8.5 at the moment, really, and that is a couple of 3 laps away at the moment. Sebastian Bourdais has got about another 4 or 5 laps as well. Just looking, that's in the 5 Mustang sampling machine. Just going through turn 3 at the moment. And just looking at the flags there by what will become the illuminated palm trees on the entrance to turn 3. The flags are absolutely at right angles from their flagpoles, from their flag staffs at the moment around the circuit. Wind picking up. There was a forecast of gathering clouds into the later evening hours. The time coming up on 4 p.m. Eastern. Straight across the pit straight, so that means onto the nose of the car for turn 7, onto the tail of the car into 16 maybe, crosswinds in other places. That's going to make life a little bit difficult. All of these cars have a decent degree of aero capability, even the GT Daytonas. They're not obviously as aero dependent as the prototypes, but they don't have all of those wings and flicks and underbody accoutrement just for fun. Aston Martin number 23 having a look at the 12 Lexus in GT Daytona going into turn 1. It's hardly a lift, you know, for turn 1 now. It's not a massive big break and down couple of gears, even for the GT Daytonas. That's the battle for 4th and 5th. McGuinness and Gunn behind the wheel. Ross Gunn, Aston Martin Works driver, loaned out to Harter Racing Team, no Aston Martin Works GT team now that they've moved into Formula 1 as the Mercedes Junior team effectively. And Gunn now looking very carefully at the back of that Lexus ahead of him, heading through the kink at 9 and in the braking area at turn 10. He closes up under the brakes, not taking too much curb on the right hand side. Clearly see the Bayshore decal on the back of that number 12 Lexus ahead of him. And even in the slightly darkening skies, that Lexus stands out with that highlighter yellow colour. There goes the 01 Cadillac past that battle. Now in turn 16. Shot behind Benz first, so the wind right behind them now. They go off the track to the left-hand side before cutting across to turn 16, and now they're on the back straight. What sort of run does Ross get here? He'll get the advantage of the draft and also going through the GT Le Mans leading Corvette on his right-hand side into turn 17. He's not quite there, but he's tightened his line. Tries to get up the inside to the apex. Oh, on the power, nice and early through there. Diamond's off the corner, but has to go all the way to the wall. Really nip and tuck, Jeremy. And I know people hate performance balancing, but you've got to say, two very different concept cars there with an RCF Lexus, very upright, quite tall, big frontal area, and then the more svelte Aston Martin V8 Vantage sitting in behind it. And those cars, slight differences in their performance around the lap, but really interesting to see that full lap from Ross's perspective there.
Yeah, that was cool, wasn't it? I completely agree with you there. Really good to watch in that battle for the 4th position in GTD. The number 9 car made a pit stop just a couple of laps ago. The fast Porsche Lars Kern now at the wheel of that car. He just dropped to 2nd place. So it's the Porsche 1-2 at the moment. Trent Hinman.
Side by side, Jeremy, sorry, that battle, and Ross Gunn has got it done. Got a little bit better drive coming out of the hairpin at turn 7. He's going to have to try and hold off that Lexus as they come into turn 10. But I think, yeah, he's now established himself, and in rowing terms, he had a bit of clear blue water and was able to take the line. He's now made that position up. Sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, right. So Trent Hinman leads the class now at car number 16 by about 10 seconds over Lars Kern. So Porsche 1-2 in GTD. Madison Snow is a fair way back in 3rd position. I think he's about 25 seconds back. Yeah, a bit less than that. 23 seconds back in the 3rd place. 23 seconds behind the number 9 car as he crosses the line in 3rd place to complete his 155th lap. And then that battle that we were just watching between Robert McGuinness and Ross Gunn. Not that the other way around.
Jimmy Johnson into the pit lane, and did he get out of the car during that stop out of that 48 Cadillac shift?
Service is still ongoing, so we're gonna have to wait and see. They were gonna do 4 new tires. I did notice that they were up on the wall, but this is an interesting moment because Jimmy Johnson has fulfilled the minimum drive time for the pro categories, if you will, for DPI or GTLM 1 hour minimum for both of those. He only needed one more stint to reach that point, and then Simon Pagenaud would be eligible to take back over from the car. Well, Kamui Kobayashi could too. Simon had done 4 stints before Kamui Kobayashi got in and did 2. So this would be Jimmy's 3rd stint. Let's see if he goes back out on track for a 4th. Just waiting for the pit exit to be triggered. I'll let you know when it is.
Okay. This is the number 48, of course. We're talking about the Allied Cadillac Racing. He's done an hour and 35 minutes. Yeah, he's done an hour and 35 minutes, JJ. So well over what he needs to do. But he's not there to make up the numbers, Jeremy, is he? He's there to race, and I would expect him to do some more driving.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he didn't, certainly. I mean, he had good, maybe another stint at some stage. Why not? It depends where they are in contention. He isn't quite as quick as the other two, for sure. But before his incident yesterday in qualifying, he was down to just about 1.2 seconds. I think he qualified off the pole position. He found over 2 seconds in the previous practice. So big strides for Jimmy there. And but that car is fast. We've seen it all the way through the day. It's been one of the quickest cars on track, and I'd be surprised if he didn't get back in again. He's certainly quick enough to be able to hold his own, and there's still a long, long way to go in this race. Again, still we're not at the halfway point, so I'd be very surprised if he decided to sit out the rest of it.
We are coming up to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You're listening to IMSA Radio with live coverage of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Advanced Auto Parts. Give you a quick rundown for this Mazda in-race update. Renger van der Zande by nearly 20 seconds now. Cadillac, Chip Ganassi, the light grey 01 ahead of the white Mazda Motorsports number 55 of Ollie Jarvis, and another 11 seconds further back is Ollie Clark. Class leaders in the other categories, LMP2, Scott Huffaker is behind the wheel of the PR1 Matheson Motorsport Oregon number 52 that leads LMP2 in 8th position overall. He's got a decent lead, about 1 minute and 40 seconds over the rest of the field. Antonio Garcia, the Spanish driver behind the wheel of the Corvette C8R, that's the number 3 car with the red accents. He's got all of 1.9 seconds over the best of the BMWs, Philippe Eng in the bright red BMW M8 GT in 2nd place in GT Le Mans. LMP3, Spencer Piggott now driving the Riley Motorsport Ligier with about 40 seconds on Stephen McAleer, drafted in very, very late notice in the 47 Motorsports Duquesne in 2nd position, the 7th, and he's got another 40 seconds on 3rd for the Sean Creech Motorsport number 33. In GT Daytona, Trent Hinman for Wright Motorsports Porsche, similar machine but from a different team, Pfaff Motorsport, so it's 16 Porsche, that's the plaid coloured side panels on that car, and the 9 Lars Kern is the plaid coloured car, sorry, and the 16 is the light blue with gloss black on that leading car. Brian Sellers is just going back out in the Lamborghini, so that means the Aston Martin Racing Vantage number 23, the Hartner Racing team, will be, for the moment at least, elevated into the top 3. Sirius 216, XM 392, FM around the circuit on WWOJ 99.1 and around the world on RS2. This is IMSA Radio. Shea Adam is our VP Racing Pit and Paddock reporter. Jeremy Shaw is in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre with me, John Hindhaugh. Hello everybody. If you are just coming back to your computer, your radio, or however you're consuming the 69th annual Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, it's lovely to have you. If you've been in from the start, well done. Hope you're taking notes. We'll be asking questions at the end. Actually, we won't be asking questions at the end. What we will be doing is analysing what we've seen in Michelin post-race tech, because although the checkered flag is the end of the race, it's only the start of the conversation about the race. Anything that you have noticed or that you want to bring up, hashtag Michelin PRT to @IMSA Radio. You drive the editorial content of that show, which comes up after the post-race, after the checkered flag, and once we've had a chance to have some post-race interviews, we'll try and get a few more in that show as well. Still Van der Zande by 20 seconds, and a pass there for, not for position. Pagenaud went past Loic Duval as if he's coming back out the pits, Jeremy. Loic Duval with that pit stop now again falling off the lead lap in the number 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac, the grey and gold car. He gets back on the lead lap whilst everybody else pits, and then when he has to take his pit stop, of course he drops back again.
Yeah, frustrating that. The number 31 car though, that's kind of solidly now just 2 laps behind, and they've done a really nice job in that number 31 car to to make up ground, because they were 4 laps behind the leaders. I was just keeping my eye on the 2 Acuras. Last time around, Olivier Pla had been coming under increasing pressure from Alexander Rossi. Of course, Rossi's still trying to make up ground from that penalty they served about 45 minutes or so ago. He'd closed up pretty much onto the tail of Ollie Pla in a Meyer Shank racing car, but Ollie Pla just responded by setting that car's fastest lap of the race on a 146.6. So that's kind of interesting. The fastest lap of the race has been turned by the number 31 car and the number 01 car at 146.151. So it's interesting to me to see that Meyer Shank car turning a good lap there, 146.6 at this stage in the proceedings.
Mauro Engel has just turned the Sun Energy 175 Mercedes AMG GT3 fastest lap of the race. Now I mentioned this for no other reason. It's sitting in 9th at the moment and has lost a couple of laps on the cars around it, but that car's got no traction control. It was having issues with TC and ABS earlier on, but Mauro's got his head round it and is driving that car as quick, in fact quicker than it's gone any time in the race. He's just on 0.6 of a second away from the fastest GTD lap of the race in that car, and remember it has been backed into the barriers at turn 6 as well. That is a sterling job by Mauro Engel, and proof if proof were needed that the endurance spirit, Jeremy, is living on down at Sun Energy 1 and Mauro Engel.
Yeah, good to see, isn't it? That car's been fast all weekend. The Mercedes were both very quick, I should say, at Daytona. So it's going to be an uphill battle to get themselves into contention here, having lost that ground. But they're going to need some help. They're still 4 laps, I think, off the ultimate pace now as a result of that incident, because they were in a battle for 4th place with the Lamborghini of Frank Pereira, number 19 GRT Grasser racing car, when they had an incident. But the car is still fast. They want to make their point, and of course, unofficially, Mauro Engel still does lead the season-long points in the GTD.
Good point. Yeah, very good. Yeah, that is a good point. Well made. Just being passed by the Ganassi Cadillac. Going under the Mobil 1 walk-over bridge. Sebring Van der Zande then reeling off the laps. Van der Zande now being in that car. I mean, it amazes me. He's been in that car for 10 laps, and his average over the last couple of stints has been spot on the money. And there's no breaking yourself in with the guys at this level, is there, Jeremy? You know, when most people go to work, they have a bit of a chit-chat maybe as they're swiping in. You would have back in the old days, a bit different when you're working from home. Maybe a quick cup of coffee, turn everything on, settle yourself down, check the emails that have come in overnight. There's none of that. There's nothing like that at all goes on here. As soon as your thumb's off that pit lane speed limiter, and particularly for Renger van der Zande, he was right on the money when he came out and made the position, of course, as he came out of the pit lane.
Yeah, no hanging around. I mean, look, we talked about it already. I mean, it's hard to imagine given how bumpy the track is and how physical it is, both for the cars and for the drive and for the equipment. But it really is a flat, it's a flat-out race. I mean, you're not pushing to 100% all the way through the 12 hours of course, but you are pushing pretty hard, and a lot harder than you used to, not that many years ago, when you had to be more cognizant about the longevity of the car, or the mechanical reliability of these cars. Are now remarkably stout, and problems will occur, but nothing like as many as you used to have back in the old days.
Barely came up with all the tweets that's coming in, but I'm trying to bring up some of the points. Here's a question that I know part of the answer to, but not the other, so I'm going to throw the second part of this to you, Jeremy. James Brown, not that one, says, are my eyes playing tricks on me, or does the blue flag being waved on the start-finish straight have a yellow stripe on it? Yes, it does. He says, if it does, what does the stripe denote? Or do all blue flags in America have a yellow stripe? I think they all do, Jeremy, but I don't know why. Is there something specific that the blue "you are being caught by somebody quicker" flag in America has a yellow on? Because that doesn't happen anywhere else as far as I'm aware.
That's a good question, to which I can't think of the answer right now. Maybe
James, you've stumped Shaw.
Yeah, my brain is sort of engaged on other matters. I must admit I hadn't thought about flags.
Right, if you know, at IMSA Radio, please, if you're a flagger in the States, and thank you very much indeed for all your hard work. Obviously not if you're on station at the moment, down particularly at maybe turn 7. Maybe not right now, but if you get a break, if it's at IMSA Radio, hashtag RSL Sebring, and let us know why the yellow. I think they all do have them. I don't think there's a different flag. I think they all have the yellow stripe.
It does say in the rule book, though, John, Rule 27.10.blue, the blue flag may incorporate a yellow diagonal stripe. So it does acknowledge that there are two different varieties that might be used across the different racetracks that we go to.
But it means the same, doesn't it?
SportsCar Championship.
But it means the same. It is the somebody catching up with you flag. There's a faster car behind you.
And 27.10.3 says that the blue flag is advisory and is not considered a command flag.
Yeah, well, yes, unlike Formula One, whereby it's 3 flag points and then you get an exploding tortoise thrown at you or something.
That's Mario Kart.
All right, okay, sorry. Yeah. All right. Hard to tell apart sometimes, really. Sorry, I'm only joking. It isn't advisory in Formula One. You must pull over, or you will be penalised. If you know why that yellow diagonal is on, then let me know at IMSA Radio. If you're a corner worker, a flag marshal, flagger in the States, flaggers who may wave flags but never flag themselves, they are always full of energy. Thank you very much to our white-suited or yellow-suited armies around the world. And let us know, where did it start? Where did that yellow diagonal start? It doesn't happen everywhere. Certainly not here in Europe. It's just a plain blue flag. All right, coming down to living on a prayer in 30 seconds or thereabouts. Yes, absolutely. And as we lost one of the greats recently, with half the race gone, there's now exactly half still to go. 6 hours as we move into the second half of the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship's second round of the season. It is the 69th annual Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Advanced Auto Parts. Shea Adam, Jeremy Shaw, John Hindorf with you and the action. Thanks for tuning in. RS2 around the world. WWOJ here at the track on 99.1 and Sirius 216 XM392. A lot of people telling us they're enjoying the coverage on there around North America, either in their cars or listening at home while doing other things. So, Jeremy, we move. We are now closer to the checkered flag than we were to the green flag, second half of the race, and I still feel as though we're just getting warmed up here in some respects. We've seen a lot of action, there's a lot going on, but nobody's made a bid for freedom in any of the classes, really. Still all to play for.
Yeah, very much so. You're absolutely right. And we've now gone, 2 hours and 10 minutes since the last caution period. It's been a really interesting race. And of course, we've still got the same cloud cover we had earlier on, perhaps a little bit more than there was at the beginning of the race. But the conditions out there are still really, really good. We've seen some great lap times on a pretty regular basis whenever cars have some clear track. But, the next sort of major fluctuation in the race, we could have to wait until it goes dark. It's only 4:15, isn't it now? Almost 4:15 locally. So it's going to be another 3 hours or so before we have darkness. But as the temperature drops, it's certainly going to be interesting to see which cars cope better with that temperature fluctuation than others. And I'm pretty sure that it will affect different cars in different ways. Just looking at the Mazda right now, it's running still in the second position, and that gap between first and second has stayed, hasn't increased much during this stint, certainly not as much as it did during the last stint between the 0-1 of Renger van der Zande and Oliver Jarvis. Well, actually, I say that when they came in, actually before the last round of pit stops, it was 14 seconds between them. It's now 22, so it has gone out by a fair bit, probably half a second or a lap or so. The Cadillac is quicker than the Mazda, and then closing on both those two, inching closer to the second place car, is the pair now of Acuras, with Ollie Plas still running just ahead of Alexander Rossi. So it's the Meyer Shank Racing with Kerbagher Jane in Acura car number 60, just ahead of the Konica Minolta Acura. It's the car, of course, that won the first race of the season at Daytona.
Other battles. Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Beg your pardon.
That's all right. It's all right.
About a minute back from the two Acuras is Simon Pagenaud, who's not going quite as quickly as he was before, but that's fine. He's still comfortably on the lead lap. He's, well, I say comfortably, he's about 15 seconds or so ahead of the race leader on the racetrack, so not really in any danger of losing that lap. And the number 5 car is 1 lap down, and the number 31 car, that's just come into the pits again for another pit stop. That's, I think, is pretty much on schedule for that car.
That was 20 laps for Conway, his second 20 lap stint. What's interesting is, though, they put Pipo Derani in that share, and so Mike's only done a double, everybody else did a triple. Is that right?
Pipo did a triple, Nasser did a triple, Conway did a double, and now they've put Pipo back in, so they are repeating perfectly split to the midpoint. Whether or not that means they're going to leave Mike Conway in for a double at the end, or if they're going to restart things all over again, because hey, why not put Pipo in for the end of this race? We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah. So what's that about? The other thing that was significant earlier on when we were talking to Renger van der Zande, he was absolutely confident in the interview that Shea did with him that they had enough tyres to single stint the tyres all the way through. There's enough new tyres, which I thought was pretty good. What did they start off with, Shea, at the start of the week in terms of tyre allocation?
23 sets for the pro classes. 18 for LMP3 and GTD, 21 for GTLM.
So if you consider they would have started on a new set of tyres, they've done 8 pit stops. That's another 8 set of tyres, so that's 9. And you'll have at least another 7 or 8 pit stops to go before the end, so they've basically saved 16, 17 sets of that allocation to make sure that they can single stint all the way through. You don't actually save any time by changing tyres anymore, because you're allowed to fuel and tyre at the same time, which is the point that Nick was talking about earlier on. Interestingly, WEC went to that and is going back to the old way before, so that you are, and I read the comments from Michelin on that, and they were quite happy with that, because they like the endurance element of their tyres, and banging a new set on every time doesn't really showcase that, whereas giving the teams who can manage their tyre wear an advantage by basically not allowing you to change tyres while you're fueling. There you go. Across the line, another lap completed by Renger. It's a bit slow from Renger last time around, Jeremy. Bit of traffic, 151.8, but we don't read anything too much into that.
No, he's been turning consistent laps in the 47s. John, last few laps, 47.3, 47.4, 47. I'm actually missing the next one, but 47.8, the one before, the one after that. So no, he's just pacing himself nicely and clicking off the laps at this stage in the race. He knows how far there is still to go, so he's not going to overextend himself. He's not going to put that car into any compromising positions, I would hope. That's the plan, at least. He certainly seems to be sticking to it perfectly at the moment. The gap from first to second now out. It came down a little bit on that last lap because, as you say, he had a bit of traffic. So it was 20.5 seconds last time around.
Yeah, keep our eye on that. Still a great percentage of the cars running, Jeremy, notwithstanding we have had some issues early on, but still plenty of cars circulating and pretty evenly spread out. We have, with Algamel, we have the advantage of having a tracker on the timing. The marching ants, or the dancing ants, as Brian Till always calls it. And it's a pretty decent spread around the circuit at the moment. Not too much of that clumping that we often see.
True, and not many intense battles going on at the moment. Even the two Acuras, the DPI cars spread themselves out a little over the last couple of laps, a couple of seconds between them now, but it's probably not the case in GTD.
Well, no. If in doubt, look at GTD. Something will catch your eye there. 4 seconds between the Vassar Sullivan Lexus in fourth place and Ross Gunn, but Ross actually went past that car a little while. Actually, that's just come down. Oh, there we are. Catherine Legg is catching Spencer Pumpelly, having just done that car's fastest lap of the race. Team Hardpoint Porsche number 88, just 0.8 of a second behind Spencer Pumpelly in the Magnus Acura. Well, Kat used to drive one of those NSXs, so she'll know where it's strong or not. So there's something that we might be able to keep an eye on. Ollie Platt has just pitted from the 4th position, and that again, another 21 lap stint. Absolutely metronomic there for the MSR with Curb Agajanian Acura. Said this earlier in the week, and there's a few people have tweeted in at IMSA Radio using the hashtag RSL Sebring, seeing similar things. The colour changes on those Acura DPIs from the light colours that Penske ran to the darker shades and some contrasting shades as well of the two teams who took over those cars this year really show off the intricacies and the complexities, Jeremy, of the aero around the front of those Acura DPIs. It's a very, very clever design on the front of that car.
Yeah, pretty cool, isn't it? And yeah, I love this whole DPI concept where the manufacturers that get involved in DPI are able to utilise some of their own styling cues or something something that distinguishes their car from everybody else's. I absolutely love it, and it is certainly interesting to see how different those cars look with these different liveries rather than the Penske livery we've seen for the last couple of years or so. So yeah, fascinating about that. And of course, let's not forget that the basic chassis of these, the Acura ARX-05s, is the same as is on the LMP2, the standard LMP2 car, the Orica. That is basically the same basic chassis. So it just shows how different you can make these cars look. It's very cool.
Pit stop for one of the cars we were talking about there, as Alexander Rossi is in the pit lane, and he's done his work for the moment. Gets out of the Konica Minolta Acura. Shea Adam.
Because I'm sure that Shelley Taylor is listening to us. Shelley, can you please go give your husband a big hug? I love it when things go as they're supposed to. Ricky Taylor did a triple, Philippe Albuquerque did a triple, Alexander Rossi did a triple, and now Ricky Taylor's getting back in. I love it when we can predict it like that. Beautiful stop, fuel and 4 new tires. Not a moment wasted on the pit lane as Ricky Taylor goes back out for his next stint.
By the way, it was Dave Cameron that took over the other Acura. That's the MSR car from Charlie Clark, wasn't it, who brought that car in?
Yeah, 21 lap stint then for number 60 car, just 20 laps for the number 10 car, which is interesting. But in fact, the last 2 stints on the 20 car have been 20 laps, whereas the 60 car has done an extra lap in each of those last two stints. So again, nothing significant at this stage at all, but certainly kind of a fun thing to keep our eye on. And I would expect to see the number 01 car and the 55. Actually, they pitted together on lap 166 last time around. Now completed 186. So the next 1 or 2 laps, I would expect to see the 2 leaders into the pit lane for their next scheduled service.
Well, yeah. Van der Sande, another 147.9. Is there a button on the steering wheel that, you know, he pushes to get the 47 whatever it is? It's extraordinary, isn't it?
Yeah, very impressive. You know, he's now super experienced in these cars, as Renger, and you know, that's exactly why he was hired to drive this car, because he knows so much about them. He's got a lot of experience now in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, and you know, he's one of the best drivers out there. He's his 71st start in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, 14 wins, 32 podium finishes, and of course, you know, he's just a super reliable character to have at the wheel of your car.
Sounds of the engines as well with the DPIs, another reason to like this. Audi Porsche already committed to coming in by 2023 as into the pit lane for the wins number 52 LMP2 car, and that was Scott Huffaker who brought the car in, but he won't be taking it out, Shea.
No, that is a driver change back to Mikkel Jensen, who was announced as being one of 2 full-season drivers for this car, along Ben Keating, for the remainder of the LMP2 championship. And remember, that began, well, technically yesterday during qualifying when points were awarded for the first time. They're doing fuel tires and adding a little bit of fluid that looks like oil in that pressurized bottle in that compartment. Slow to remove the car, actually the fuel nozzle, and then the car was still up on the air jack. So probably a couple, 2 or 3 seconds lost on that pit stop, but they did manage to get going once again. Also into the pit lane was the Wright Motorsport Porsche, the 16 Trent Hinman brought that in. Let's wait and see who takes it back out. Oh, it is Patrick Long, and he actually, very heads-up driver, waited for the Mazda that was behind. That's the number 55. Ollie Jarvis brought that car into the pit lane, and he should be taking it back out for a triple stint. But Pat, not wanting to get run over by the Mazda, waited very patiently to get into his Porsche. And it's not normally that Patrick Long is patient with Porsches, but he is a championship winning driver and a 3-time winner of the Mobil 112 Hours of Sebring, waiting on the fuel for the right crew, meaning they've done their job perfectly. And come on, fuel nozzle out, let's go. Patrick's thinking, there we go, and away goes Patrick.
Yeah, that pit stop was a little bit slow, wasn't it, for the Mazda, because he had to negotiate the Porsche in front of him. It's a little bit unfortunate for the Mazda team. Costing just a little bit of time on the exit, only a second or two, not really critical at this stage. What was interesting though is during that round of pit stops, number 10 car has got ahead of the number 60. So the two Accus have exchanged positions. Now Ricky Taylor in the number 10 car ahead of Dave Cameron in the number 60. Driver changes for both cars and the change on the track as well now. You see the race leader in. And it was a 21 lap stint for the Mazda, 22 laps, however, for Renger van der Zande in the leading car.
At IMSA Radio, hashtag RSL Sebring. Starting to get some information about the blue with yellow, but nobody has yet told me why the yellow diagonal and orange diagonal is there, where it came from. I know it's in the SCCA rules. I've seen it ever since I started coming to America in 98, 99. It's just not something we generally see anywhere else. Where did it come from? What did it denote? Or was it just another way of having a blue flag? If you know, send us a message on Twitter. Post-race tech, Michelin post-race tech. After the checkered flag, we'll give you the opportunity to drive the editorial. Hashtag Michelin PRT. That is now, just over 5 3/4 hours away. New fastest lap in GT Le Mans, 1:56.0 for Connor De Filippi, as we're nearly 6 hours and 20 minutes into the race, and proof, if any more was needed, that there's still pace in that BMW. Jeremy, really impressive by Connor.
Yeah, very interesting, isn't it? We see the number 24 car has just come onto the pit lane, or just made a stop. Yeah, just leaving. The number 79 car also into the pits. Cooper McNeil, I would imagine, would be handing over that car now. He's still running in the 4th position in the class. Did a nice job. He was about better part of 30 seconds, I guess, behind the number 24 BMW before this round of pit stops, but doing exactly what he needs to do. And once again, the number 3 car will be staying out for quite a long time yet.
23, did you say there? Yeah. That car is moment. How far through instant is that? 22 laps in. Normally get 30 from a GTD. So the Aston's got another 15-16 minutes to go before it thinks about coming into pit. Well, not it thinks, because obviously the car is not a sentient being, you know what I mean? Before Ross Gunn is called into pit.
Is it not?
Is it what?
Is it not?
No.
I thought cars were alive.
Oh, when you yeah, but they're not sentient. You know, you can't. Well, some of them are nowadays, aren't they? Because it takes you 20 minutes to turn all the bits off that you don't need. That hole in the side of the 5th place red, white, and black prototype that we were talking about earlier on. That's the Performance Tech car. It's getting worse, the number 38 machine. Exactly as I thought, the airflow getting into that and just starting to peel away the bottom part of the chassis. Now the problem with that is but right above it is where the rear deck fastens on. Now the clip is still there, but it's starting to come under pressure and split that panel. And that could be very dangerous indeed if the rear deck started to come loose, and it is starting to wave around even more. It also looks like there's an exhaust pipe on the left hand side that is shaking loose as well. Yes, there is, and it's sitting very proud out of the back. Now I noticed there was an exhaust can on the exit of turn 17 ages ago. Is that an exhaust pipe? It might not be an exhaust pipe, it might be some kind of cooling duct. It looked for a moment like it was more substantial than that, but there's certainly some kind of pipe work out of the back left hand side of that car where the damage is ahead of the rear wheel. I'm talking about right on the back of the car, and that my worry there, Jeremy, would be for that rear deck, because that clip is coming under a lot of stress as the bodywork around it is flexing and beginning to tear.
Yeah, particularly by the exhaust exit as well.
Yeah.
So it'll be super hot there as well.
Just trying to see. I think I can hear it scraping the ground as well. The rear clip. That car's coming into the pits. Now, was it due is the question. And that takes me a moment just to scroll to where I need to be. Jeremy?
Yes, I think so. 26 laps since that car was onto the pit lane.
Yeah, we'll take that. That's about right.
The rear wheel at a jaunty angle.
Say again?
Is the left rear wheel at a jaunty angle?
No, I think that's an optical illusion caused by the fact that the bodywork is really loose. The IMSA official is having a look, one of the pit lane officials is having a look at that piece of pipe work that's sticking out the back to see how robust that is and whether it might fall off. And that was, it looked like flexi hose. I thought it was a metal exhaust. So it isn't. But they are.
Get the left rear wheel off.
Yeah, that's because the bodywork's moving, isn't it, Shay? That's the problem.
Yeah, the bodywork was moving so much that they couldn't actually get the left rear wheel off, and I saw that the mechanic who was back there was actually hitting the air gun to try and get it to function a little bit better. It's caused a couple of people to dive into the pit lane seeing that reaction out on the racetrack. The 88 Team Hardpoint Porsche is in, and Christina is driving once again. Also the 48, that is the Ally Racing car. There's an incident out on track for the 22. That was the next car. Oh! That's Jim McGuire straight out of the pits.
Yeah, and pulled right in front of the Whelan Cadillac as he rejoined. He's had a spin at turn 13 at Tower, ended up on the grass on the right-hand side. There's been possibly a little bit of contact. Looks like there's some left damage on the left side at the front of that car, but pulled straight onto the track right in front of, as I say, one of the DPIs, the bright red and white DPI of Pipo Derani, who is absolutely flat out at that point. Yes, there's been contact with the barrier and a couple of the advertising hoardings as well. As he gets his foot down, thank goodness that was coming out of a corner and in an acceleration zone rather than somewhere even faster, because there was no time to react there for Pipo Derani. Do you know, Jeremy, I don't think Pipo even lifted there. He just flicked the car to the right and continued to accelerate on. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that would have got his attention, though, I think. Scary moment.
A new fastest lap in GT Daytona, and believe it or not, I'm just going to check this. Oh, it's been usurped. 2010, no, 201.607. I was just wondering if Grenier in the Sun Energy One had done another fastest lap, but that was the 201.6 was from earlier on with Faro, I think, behind the wheel of that car. Remember that car with no TC. I'm just keeping an eye because it's doing very well, very competitive with no TC, no traction control. We dodged a bullet there, didn't we, with that rejoined? Sorry, Shea, go ahead.
Really, who has set the pass?
Was it? Right. Right, okay, must have shaved a little bit off it. We are...
I think the fastest lap in the class in GTD has actually been set by Carl Kirk, by the number 14 car with Jack Hawksworth at the wheel, a 2:01.0, is that right?
Correct. I agree. More issues out on the circuit, and that is significant. It's the 60 Acura and the 55. That is Jonathan Bomarito in the Mazda. That was out at turn 15. Both of them way off the track there. 5 hours and 34 minutes to go, and there's more drama. That was the 3rd and 4th place cars. Both spinning at that area of the track. Now, was there contact? It looks like Cameron has continued. Yes, he has. In the 3rd position. Still no sign of the Mazda. It's still showing as stationary at that part of the track. Very quick area. Oh, well, they got together whilst they were lapping another car, I think, and there was side-to-side contact as they came into 14. It was the Tower Motorsport car in front of the Mazda that went offline, and then there was a touch. Now, was the I think the touch was from the 60 rather, Dane Cameron, rather than from the the car they were lapping, which was Gabriel Aubry in the Tower Motorsport car. Difficult to say and apportion any kind of incident responsibility there. We've seen a couple earlier on where race control have basically said inconclusive in terms of the evidence that they have seen, but that we're still waiting for. The Mazda has come round but lost an awful lot of time that time around, a 2:11.777, and has dropped back into 4th place. Jonathan Bomarito and Dane Cameron now, though, Jeremy, both running again.
Yeah, and it doesn't look good there for the number 60 car, I would say. He was just locked up on the brakes. Not sure whether he was trying to think about making a pass there.
Yeah.
It looks like it's kind of caught in 2 minds, but I think
that's the angle, isn't it?
He's going to be lucky if he doesn't get a penalty for that one.
Yeah, looked like the rear end of the car locked up. The 55 Mazda, Jonathan Bomarito, J-Bomb is running again. I wonder if it was a late downshift and he locked up on the downshift as he was braking. He was slightly offline there on the dirty part of the track, trying to take advantage of the number 55 Mazda having been slightly compromised by Gabby Aubry. First of all, nothing at all wrong with what Gabby Aubry was doing. He was minding his own business, and I'm not really sure that you can blame Jonathan Bomarito either.
So, he did absolutely nothing wrong.
No. So if there's any blame, then it will go to the 60. Shea, Adam, it's been looked at.
There is blame, incident responsibility towards Dane Cameron's number 60 MSR Acura. It's requiring a drive-through.
Yeah, okay, and well done to race control, getting that done quickly. And yeah, just a lot up on the way in and caught the curb on the right-hand side.
Cameron, that's for sure.
Yeah, and again, no malice. We're not saying that I'm going to barge the Mazda out of the way. Absolutely not. Just a slight misjudgment, and unfortunately it's had an impact on someone else's race, literally as well as metaphorically. In fairness to Dane, he did try to jink to the left and miss the contact, but actually that just kicked him sideways. Bit of bad luck there, but they'll take their punishment as Lloyd Duval takes out the Mustang sampling car, and here comes Cameron for his drive-through. Jeremy Shaw been looking at Lexus. What can you tell us, Jeremy?
Yeah, we talked about it a little while ago. They made a brake change on that car during the early caution period, several hours ago now, and it was a bit of a catalogue of disasters, I gather. They had to come in and make some changes. Got a note from Aaron Tielitz to say it was basically a catalogue of errors there, a calamity of errors is how he described it, actually. So that cost them a lap. That is the car that has set the fastest lap of the race, however, but they think they're probably going to need some help here. They're going to need another full course caution to try and get back on the same lap as everybody else. But now the Lexus is running just fine, and they are running in the 7th position, is it? 6, 7, 8th position, I think, in the GTD class.
Shea Adams news of another penalty, and this was something we picked up on at the time, and Pipo Durrani was nearly involved in this. Some quick reflexes, the man behind the wheel of the 31 Wheeling Cadillac.
Chat on energy drink, I think is what you like to say. Yes, car number 22, which is the United Autosport LMP2 machine being driven by Jim Maguire. Penalty, unsafe re-entry per rule 30.1.1, which means a drive-through.
Don't think anyone can have any kind of argument about that at all, Jeremy.
So which
the United, the 22 car, when Jim came back across the track.
Yeah, that was close. Let's leave it at that.
Another spin. That was much earlier on. Sorry, that's a replay from earlier on. I can tell that because there's no damage on the side of the 38 there. My apologies. As soon as I look to a timing screen or a message screen. Very good. Coming up to 15 minutes before 5 o'clock. We'll take another Master in race update shortly, in the next 10 minutes or so. And the 33 Sean Creech Motorsport car is off at, it's the 83, my apologies, it's the Win car that has gone off at turn 13. So that is Tower again. Say again, Shit?
That's Matt Bell. He doesn't make mistakes.
Hang on, so we've seen Bill Overland hassled into a mistake this weekend in the Pilot Challenge, and Matt Bell off now at Tower in the car that was 6th in its category. Had run a little higher up that as well. Very odd indeed. And there's damage to the left front of that car. It's gone into the triple stack, or maybe that quadruple stack of Build tyres on the exit of turn 13, the right-hander that leads onto that serpentine run before you turn right. If he doesn't move it shortly, I think it will, yeah. Local yellows at the moment. And still local yellows. They'll be talking to the team from Race Control here and finding out what Matt's saying, Jeremy, about the situation in the car.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, John. That's exactly what they'll be doing. And if Matt Bell has the engine still running, and if it's not stuck in the tyre wall, then hopefully he can get it back out again. But it's certainly been quite a long period of time, and I think for Race Control, the patience will be kind of running out fairly soon, because that is a danger point on this racetrack. As you say, there will be waved yellow flags before that turn, but it's been there now for a fairly long period of time, so I'm sure Race Control is getting a bit concerned. I'm sure the team is saying, yeah, no, he's fine, he'll be going again very, very soon. Yellow. But if he isn't going very, very soon, and indeed now the yellow comes out, so that has brought out our 4th full course caution
after
the day.
After a 2 3/4 hour run of green, 2 hours and 45 minutes, in which we got up to a predicted 360 laps. That's going to drop back down again. But we are therefore awaiting the arrival of the Corvette C8 safety car, and Renger van der Zander's 30-second lead, Jeremy, will evaporate.
Yes, and this is a very interesting time of the race. This is The number 31 car when was that last in? A little while ago.
19
so I think
laps to go.
Yeah, so
Duval has just pitted in the 5, so he'll definitely stay out. So he'll get his lap back properly now in the Mustang sampling car. I think, and Dame Cameron, I was going to say he's only just come out, but that was a drive-through. I think everybody else, I think the top 4 will pit. Pagenaud might not. He's only been out 6 laps.
True. Alternatively, he might come in just for a splash and just top it off because his
and get track position.
A bit,
good point.
A bit quicker than some of the other guys.
Yeah, that's a good point. But I think, like Duval in the Mustang sampling, has to stay out and try and get his lap back. And if he does that, that means that if we do the open the pits relatively quickly, then Pete Durrani might be able to get a lap back as well. If it goes on too long, the problem for Pipo is that he does need fuel in a couple of laps' time, and then he would have to do emergency service, which would be exactly the wrong thing that they want, because then they'd have to come back in again.
Yeah.
So just because there's a yellow flag out, it has to fall in the right place in your fuel window to get the lap back, and this might be right on the ragged edge of them being able to stretch their fuel and get their lap back, Jeremy, in that one of their 2 laps back in the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac.
Indeed.
Tell you what, before any of that changes, let me do a quick rundown. We're a bit early for our Mazda in-race update, but I'll do it now so that everybody has an opportunity, if they want to find out where their favourite cars are before we start doing things like opening pit lane. The tall and genial Geordie, Matt Bell, is out, the man originally from Newcastle upon Tyne in the northeast of England.
John, just a quick note here. The number 31 car actually is still 3 laps down.
Okay.
So it's behind the number 01 on the racetrack. And as you say, is due a pit stop pretty soon as well. So I think that's just a testament to the pace that Renger van der Zande has been running at the front of this field.
Very, very much so. So Van der Zande for Cadillac Chip Ganassi Racing leads the motor race overall. He's on his 199th lap, so 200 the next time around. It's Ricky Taylor for Acura in second. That's the number 10 black and blue car. Then the white Mazda number 55, despite that spin. And that's good news, because they close back up again after being tipped into the spin. It's even better news for the number 60 Acura for Mershank Racing, because that purple car, remember, did the drive-through and dropped some time, and they will close all the way back up again. As will the Ally Cadillac number 48, and those top 5 then will be line astern when we restart, because of the way the prototype and DPI split is managed. With a bit of luck and a fair wind, Loic Duval and Mustang Sampling's JDC Miller car will get a lap back. So they will get 1 lap back, and even more luck required for Pipo Durrani in the Whelen number 31 red and white car, because they're at the moment sitting 3 laps back, and they will need fuel shortly. Here's the LMP2 rundown from 8th overall. Mikkel Jensen leads from PR1 Matheson in the 52 Orica Tower Motorsport. Despite their trials and tribulations, Gabby Aubrey right in the thick of the action a few moments ago in that Orica as well. Then Ryan DL for Aero Motorsports. He'll get to close up the gap in the 18 car. And then it's a 3 lap gap to Jim Maguire for United Autosports. GT Le Mans, that's all going to close up again as well, because the top 4 are all on the same lap. Nicky Katzberg for Corvette leads in the number 3. That's the silver car with the red flashes. The bright red number 25 BMW is second. Conor De Filippi, Jesse Krohn in the darker coloured BMW with the M Sport Racing stripes is third, and Mathieu Jaminet in the WeatherTech Racing Porsche 79 is fourth. LMP3, Spencer Piggott from Stephen McAleer, who is just still on the lead lap for 47 Motorsports. I think they might have been split up in the safety car train, with one of the intervention vehicles also out on track at the moment, having picked up Matt Bell and just coming out of turn 17. But that'll all get closed up as we're doing we've done the wave by and we're doing the pass around at the moment. Then it's Dylan Murray for Riley in the 91 in LMP3. Then Lance Wilsley in the Sean Creech Motorsport car. Is he a lap further back? I think he is, but I'll wait for them to pack back up again before I give you that definitively. It's two Porsches at the head of GT Daytona. Wright's number 16, the blue and black car, and Lars Kern, the man who holds all kind of production car lap records around the Nürburgring, in the Pfaff Porsche in second place. That's number 9. Then it's Magnus with Archangel's Acura. They must be due a pit stop shortly as well. There's a few people in GTD who are going to be a bit close here, I reckon. Yeah, Magnus probably only got a couple of laps, and I think the 96 car was on fumes and in fact has just come into the pit lane under a closed pits. That's the Turner BMW, will have to take emergency service. So behind the Magnus Archangel Acura number 44, in 4th position in GTD is Brian Sellers for Paul Miller Racing in the Lamborghini. Ian James has the Aston Martin number 23 in 5th, and Frank Montecalvo has the first of the two Lexus, who are back together again and on the lead lap, with Carl Kirkwood in 7th position. All closing back up again. Christina Nielsen a couple of laps back in 8th position for the number 88 Porsche from Team Hardpoint ABM. I think that's how it stands at the moment.
And what's interesting about that, John, is the number 9 car, I think, was onto the pit lane just before the caution period came out.
Right.
Maybe trying to anticipate it, actually. Number 23 and number 12 also in just a lap before that. And the number 14 car was... This is great news, number 14 car, because of those other pit stops, that car is back on the lead lap. So the Lexus, number 14, the quickest car on the track and in qualifying, is now back on the lead lap in GTD.
Right. And I think we're going to open the pits this time around for prototypes. So let's see who we have as the takers. My money, as the Turner BMW, by the way, is rolling again, my money would be on the top 4 going into the pits. Oh, no. Right, well, I've lost my money. So the leaders come in. Second in line was Loic Duval. Right, okay, that's the car that didn't peel in. Top 5 have come in. So the Ally Cadillac has not come in. Loic Duval goes around to get a lap back. Only Jim Maguire of the leading LMP2s coming into the pit lane. Mikkel Jensen's been out there for 14 laps. The second place Tower Motorsport car has only been out there for a lap or 2. That's the number 8 car. Gabby Aubrey did a very short stint. Ferrano's got back into that car. Ryan DL's not been out there long either for ERA, just a 2 or 3 lap before the safety car came out. In theory, the 48 car should get out first because they needed less fuel, and has done. It was Pagenaud from Van der Zande, from Taylor, from Cameron. So the lead taken in the pits by virtue of needing less fuel, therefore standing still for fewer seconds. The Ally Cadillac, Shea Adam, was first of the cars out of the pits in the DPI category.
It was correct, and the Mazda is still actually showing is in the pit lane. Jonathan Bomarito brought that car in. They've been having all kinds of issues with that car all day, including the radio issue, and then getting a love tap, as Race Control deemed it, from the 60 MSR Acura. But that Mazda is still in the pit lane. That is reason to concern for me. They do have about another 2 minutes before the pits will open for the GT cars, so they do still have a little bit of time to play with. Further back in the pits, by the way, we also had 2 LMP3 cars. Well, we had 5 LMP3 cars, but 2 of them of note. Both of the Riley cars came in. They pit together because they are under the same team. They left together. Spencer Pigot in the 74 and Jim Cox still aboard the 91.
I may have misspoken when I thought that Matt Bell was on his way back in one of the intervention vehicles. I've just seen a race control message that the 83 with Matt Bell on board has resumed. Oh no, it'd be the car will be on the back of the flatbed and the transponder will still be pinging. I bet that's what it is. But I'll have a look and see if it is actually on the track. Well, it's showing back in the pit lane. So let's keep an eye on that. Vagaries of the timing system here at Sebring. GT's coming to you this time, Shea Adam, as the cars that wanted to get their laps back are at the head of the field, and that is the number 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac. And did the 31 must have stayed out? Yes, it did. The bright red car is actually second. I was looking too far down the queue there. Now, who's going to come in from the GT? Sticky Katzberg's already been out there for 8 laps. Conor De Filippi for 16. I reckon they've got to come. 7 laps. Do you come and just splash again and do a stint and a bit on the tyres? Apparently you don't. Katzberg has stayed out in the red flashed Corvette. Shea Adam.
But we do have a lot of takers on the pit lane, including both of the BMWs, both of the leading GTD Porsches are back down the pit lane, as well as the GTLM Porsche. And Spencer Pumpelly is thanking his lucky stars that this caution came out and that he is able to get into the pit lane after more than an hour on track during that stint. He is staying aboard the 44 Magnus Acura as they do fuel and 4 tires. Looks like there's a bit of black on the nose that wasn't there earlier on in the race, but Spencer is getting 4 sticker tires. That's always exciting. Short stops for Patrick Long and Brian Sellers. Well, it should have been a short stop for Patrick Long. They've actually put the hood up after they've completed fueling, and they are going to work in the left front area of the car. I wonder if this is a brake change. You don't normally have to do a brake change on a Porsche during the 12 hours.
Exactly what it is.
Not anymore, at least.
Great call. They're doing something with the brake calipers. I can only imagine putting new pads in at the very least.
And especially when you consider someone with Patrick Long's experience, he would know when you need to have good brakes, particularly for the end of this one. This was the team that won the race, I would say a year ago, but it was November. And yep, there we go. There's the little nifty tool that allows them to do the quick brake change on the pit lane, and they'll put the tires back on. So they're going to lose a lot of track position, but they will have an advantage of new brakes. And looking down the list of drivers, Corey Lewis is now aboard the number 1 Lamborghini again. Roman DeAngelis back behind the wheel of the Aston Martin. Lars Kern we already put into the Pfaff Motorsport Porsche, but they did come back down and do a splash. So that's an interesting change.
And that is Shea Adam with the VP Racing Fuel pit report as we are under the control of the Corvette C8 safety car for the 4th time of asking after a good long run of 2 hours and 45 minutes of green flag racing. You're listening to live coverage of the 69th annual Mobil 1 12 hours of Sebring on IMSA Radio. Around the circuit on 99.1 FM WWOJ. Throughout the rest of the North America area, if you are so equipped, you can hear us on Sirius 216 XM392, and of course around the world on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Every day is an IMSA day. Every hour of every day is an IMSA day on RS2. That's the home of IMSA Radio. Hello there. If you are just joining us, that wind still very gusty at Sebring International Raceway. Temperature has dropped down just a wee bit to just in the late 60s Fahrenheit. 69 degrees, 21 degrees Celsius on track and in the air at the moment. It's Shea Adam working the pit and paddock for us as our VP Racing Fuel reporter. And Jeremy Shaw is in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre with me, John Hindhaugh. Now we're about to do the split on that on the safety car. And that is going on now down the start-finish line. So that will put the faster cars at the front of the field. Shea, still some teams to complete their pit stops, of course, as the one particular cars that wanted to try and get laps back.
Well, and that was the sound of a Porsche steaming out of the pit lane. That would be Mr. Patrick Long, I'm pretty sure. So a bit of a long stop there to try and get their brakes done. That took them, well, better part of a lap. Did they actually lose a lap? No, I don't think so. But there was an additional stop. The 91 machine took a very long time in the pit lane as well. That's Jim Cox behind the wheel right now. And the 52 as well, Mikkel Jensen getting back behind the wheel of that car, which leads the LMP2 category, at least did before this cycle of pit stops. And they were cleaning out a lot of rubber from the air duct behind the left front brake. But I do have a little bit of news for fans of ERA out there. It just might make you a little bit nervous. They don't have the telemetry to the car anymore, so they're having to rely off the drivers a lot more to tell them what's actually going on with the vehicle. That's nerve-wracking.
Certainly is. So much going on in these race cars nowadays. Driver can radio back and tell you what he's feeling, but the engineers can tell you what's exactly happening. The gun sight on the 31 Whelen car's popped up again, and it's picked up a passenger, a piece of discarded Michelin rubber on the front of that car at the moment.
If it rolls into victory lane, there will be a fight amongst the three drivers over who gets to keep that little bit of rubber. I really do love the idea of perhaps Pipo just knocking it up before he gets back into the car to focus all of his energy and his attention towards one thing. But yes, the 31, which did come into pit this last lap around, they are aiming to try and catch back up to the back of the field. But the safety car does not slow down to allow those cars time to get back. You have to go at the pace. And if you don't make it to the back of the pack before the green flag comes out again, tough noogies.
Yeah. You are allowed to go faster than the safety car to catch back up again, though. But once the area that you've had the issue is clear, and it does allow you to whip back around, and that's exactly what's happened for the cars who wanted to try and get their laps back. The 31 and the 5 must have just dived into the pits. 31 Cadillac and 5 Cadillac. Did they actually come in? Or yes, they have. Well, certainly the 5 did. Loic Duval stayed aboard that Mustang sampling car. Did Durrani must have come in. He's done 22 laps.
Yes, he did.
And did he stay in the car? Yes, he did.
Yep.
But they have both made up a lap. Meantime, back into the pit lane, Simon Pagenaud. That's his second stop on this pit, on this yellow flag period.
Yeah, that's strange.
Yes.
Yeah, he did come in last time around.
Driver change. Wasn't expecting that. Shea.
No, Simon had only done a double stint up to this point, but they are putting Kamui Kobayashi back into the car. Simon did do a quadruple stint. Perhaps they were coming close to the 4 and any 6. Kamui had only done a double and Jimmy had only done a single. That could have been it.
sort of, if that is the case, and let's not say that that's definitely it, they did absolutely the right thing when they came in last time around and just splashed the car and got out in the first position of the cars that had gone to the pit lane, and therefore would have started behind the safety car in the lead of the motor race. And if they've mistimed that somehow, it's rather a mistake. The lights are off on the Corvette safety car, so we will be going green at the end of this lap, about halfway around it at the moment. Sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
There was a quick stop from number 55 to leapfrog everybody there.
Yes, he was the Mazda was second out of the pits behind the number 48 Cadillac.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Cadillac had way less fuel required. The 55 had only done 13 laps coming into the pits. Renger had only done 12, of course. Ricky Taylor had done 50. And Dane Cameron had done 16, 17. But Simon Pagenaud was, I think, still in single figures. Loïc Duval didn't need a long stop for fuel when he came around, because he'd only done 8 laps. Pipo Derani did just get in time, because they must have been running short of fuel, but they still managed, crucially, the Mustang Sampling 5 Cadillac and the 31 Whelen Cadillac, crucially both got a lap back each as we come back to green. And Jonathan Bomarito, oh hello, that's a bit naughty. That's going to be a penalty up the inside. The reset on the DPIs, you can't then do that again. That had been completed, and I reckon the 48 there has made a couple of mistakes, and that will be being looked at, because there tends to be a message on race control, Shea, about the pass around wave by and resets being completed. And at that point, when the 48 came back in from the front of the queue, they don't get a second crack at it to come back through everybody else. They have to stay where they are in the queue.
Well, and the biggest thing, John, that happened was about 45 seconds, no, it was at 02 in the afternoon, 5:02 in the afternoon. The prototype class split began, but within the prototype class split, you may not pass other prototypes. So that was passing other cars way before he should have been able to.
Yeah, and the green had not been shown, I believe, at that point. So Kobayashi may be being looked at for that. We'll keep an eye on it. We will keep an eye on it. If the green flag had been shown, he's fine, because you don't have to wait for the line to pass on a restart. But I don't think it had.
The number 3 car came in right before the lap. Yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah, well, they didn't come in.
Well, they'd only stopped half a dozen laps or so before the caution period came out.
Yes, and so they didn't come in when the caution period, but then they came in at the last yawning moment, and have dropped down to 4th in class.
Yeah.
Ask him.
Do they? We're not up for more points in the top of the next hour, are we? We're coming down to the completion of another race hour, and we will start hour number 8, 7 hours completed in a couple of minutes time, or a couple of seconds time. Strong Creech Motorsport getting a pit lane speed limit violation, just 1 click. I seem to think that's not the first time I've seen 1 click over for those guys. I may be confusing them with someone else. Meantime, Shea is working away to find out what's going on with the Corvette number 3 and what's going to happen to the number 48 Kamui Kobayashi Cadillac as well. Jim Maguire's been in and out of the pits as well. Remember, he stayed out to try and get a lap back, but he's still 4 away from the LMP2 lead lap. at IMSA Radio if you want to get in touch with us. Just under 5 hours to go. 7 hours completed. We go into the 8th hour of racing in the 69th annual Mobil 1. 12 hours of Sebring, presented by Advanced Auto Parts. Good big start, by the way, from Jonathan Bomarito. Anything else going on? It was pretty much as you were for the first lap, with Renke van der Zande in second in the 0-1, the light-coloured Cadillac of Chip Ganassi Racing, and then the Cunningham and Alta Blue and glossy black number 10 Acura. Third, fourth Dane Cameron, fifth Cameron Kobayashi. He would have been fifth in the standings anyway, because the other two cars are laps down, but the issue there was he was passing prototypes before we went back to green. Meantime, in GT Daytona, things have changed around a little bit as Corey Lewis leads for Paul Miller Racing now, ahead of Pfaff's Porsche of Lars Kern, which was second before the safety car. Harter Racing Aston in third, as they were before the safety car. The two Vassar Sullivan Lexus next up, 12 and 14, and fourth and fifth. Pat Long with that brake change. In fact, he's just overtaken Kyle Kirkwood and goes back up into fifth. But now with a new set of brakes on the front end of that Porsche of Wright Motorsports, the number 16 light blue car. So that's watch out for a fired up Pat Long. Shea Adam on the number 16 car. Go ahead.
It was a planned brake change for Porsche. Yeah. They had planned it for the beginning of the race. It was a minimal wear on the brakes when they actually got it off the car, but they had decided before the race began that at some point in the race, between hour 6 and 8, brake change.
I've seen this in a couple of races recently where we weren't expecting it, and seems these GT3 cars are now so quick that they're going through the brakes perhaps with a little more alacrity than they have in the past. Battle for the lead's cracking here, Jeremy, into turn one. Do they actually brake for turn one in these DPIs? I mean, I remember standing on the outside of that corner watching the old HPD prototypes coming through there, and Marco Andretti doing 3 or 4 laps in a test session where he absolutely, never mind he didn't brake, he didn't lift through there, which was frightening, standing on the outside on the back of my golf cart. There's not much of a braking into turn one for the prototypes, is there? They're really committed through there.
They certainly are, John. It's amazing to watch these cars through there, and there might be, these are just be kind of a snick down a gear, but and a lift. I don't think they're flat. I'm pretty sure they're not flat out through there at this stage in the race. I don't believe they are. Maybe qualifying on fresh rubber, it's probably close. But I think I believe they're down a gear, but I wouldn't.
It's extraordinary how much pace they take through the bumps of turn one nowadays. And when you look back at the unlimited power of the cars that we had a few years ago, and unlimited downforce and wider tyres as well, and the lap times are getting very, very close to what we saw in those high power, high value as well, high spending prototype days. These DPIs, very impressed with this concept. Can't wait for the DPI 2.0 LMDH to come into operation, and we'll, I'm sure, start to hear some more news about which manufacturers are choosing which of the new LMP2 chassis within the next few months. Yet to see the new generation of LMP2 chassis, but they need to come soon.
Riley Motorsports LMP3 cars now are on a lap by themselves. Spencer Piggott in the wheel of number 74 car at the moment, Jim Cox at the wheel of number 91, so expect Spencer to extend his lead there over the gentleman driver Jim Cox. Stephen McAleer best of the rest now, 1 lap down in the third position, and a lap further back now to number 54 car of George Kurtz, and also Lance Willsey, who's just made a pit stop in number 33 car.
Yeah, that's opened up a wee bit, as you say. A bit of action and excitement a few moments ago. And that was the pass for the lead in GT Daytona down at turn 10. So that was done on the track, must have been on the restart that shit.
It was. Corey Lewis saw an opportunity and just went down the inside of Lars Kern, and I was giggling a few moments ago because as they were going into turn 17, Corey clearly noticed that he had the Corvette of Antonio Garcia behind him. Is it Antonio again? Why did I say that? It is Nick Katzberg behind him, and said, Nicky, I really would prefer it if you didn't pass me right here. Kept him behind to keep an additional car between himself and Lars, but Lars is on a charge in the fast Canadian Porsche. How good is it to see them again?
So Lewis overtook 2 cars at the restart, because he was third, wasn't he, coming out for the green flag, which were behind number 9 and number 12, am I wrong?
I think you might be right there. You might be right. When I did the update, when they came out, oh sorry, that was when they came out the pitch, yeah. So they've done a good job there. Very good job there. This from Aaron Thompson says, the yellow stripe on the blue flag was adopted from FIA rules for consistency among international drivers in IMSA events. The main reason for the stripe, though, is colour blindness differences between flags. You can't get a race licence if you're colour blind, surely. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I don't know whether you can now. You certainly used to be able to, because it was a great story.
Oh, hang on, side by side. Yeah, battle for the lead. Bobarito and Van der Zande. And through a spin behind. That was one of the red prototypes behind him. I think it was one of the P3 cars. Got very, very sideways. But a real battle. Van der Zande got up alongside Bobarito for a moment, and that's actually stymied him a little bit, and Ricky Taylor's now right there. Also right in the mix there is Pipo Derani, Jeremy. Although he's 2 laps down, he's right on the back of those leading cars, of course, because of the DPI split.
And yeah, if he can work his way past these guys, he can get 1 lap back again. So he'll be charging hard now, you can be sure. Look, Duval, I don't think he's in that picture, is he? He's a little bit further back, is he?
Well, I think Loic might have been held up by that half spin. I heard a squeal of tyres. He's, I think he's the next car back in line.
Okay.
It clearly wasn't the, or maybe wasn't the 31 Whelan car that got very sideways, but if it did, it didn't drop very much ground at all to the cars ahead of it. But there was definitely a prototype with a lot of red on it that went sideways. No, it was that car there then? Went sideways. Did you spot that shit?
I thought it was the 31 of Pipo Derani.
No.
I just... No?
I think it was one of the Wins cars.
No, the red one is not out anymore, and the 11 is still...
No,
Wins is in Wins sponsorship. Yeah.
The Wins livery cars. WYNN.
Yes.
Yes.
Everyone's a winner. A win-win situation. I think, stand by. I think it was the 48, actually. I think it was purple, not red. I think it was Kobayashi that got sideways. Yeah, I think it was Kobayashi that got sideways in the 48 Cadillac. I just saw a flash of colour. Nothing to say there's been any penalty, by the way, for that car charging through the as we were going back to green, which is interesting. Shay, update us on the Corvette. Why didn't it come in when it could have, and why did it come in right at the end and drop to 4th of the yellow?
Putting it plain and simply, miscommunication.
Right.
There was some discussion amongst the pit wall whether the cars should come in during the yellow. There was not an edict given to Nicky before he was too late to come in during the yellow, and then he came in his next time by, which was that weird situation. So now he's dropped back to 4th in class, 26 seconds behind next in class, and 28 seconds behind the leader. But this is a Corvette. There's a long way to go. It's Sebring. Don't count him out.
Stuart Moster says even in the UK you can still get a race licence if you're colourblind, although it's done with a physical flag test rather than on the doctor's medical. Okay.
Yeah, there's a great story from back in the late 80s. There was a driver in what was then the Camel Light series who was colourblind, and there was a race in it was San Antonio, and very accomplished driver came into the pits, made his pit stop. A couple of laps later, he was called for a penalty for shooting the yellow light at the pit exit, and they go on the radio, telling the cabin, you jumped the light. You ran the red light. You ran the red light. Didn't. Well, they call it. You did. So you've got to come and serve a penalty. Serves the penalty, goes out, does exactly the same thing, blows the red light again, calls you for another penalty. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. Serves his penalty, goes out, does it 3. I think he did it 3 times. Finally figured out that the lights of the gantry at the pit exit were upside down. He was colourblind. Nobody knew it up until then.
Right, got you. And so he was going on which one was illuminated in which position, yes, rather than what colour it was. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure what Aaron was saying about the FIA consistency, because the FIA flags don't have yellow stripes on them as far as I'm aware. But again, I didn't use my licence to be FIA international licence last year. I only look for the blue, to be honest, not for the yellow. But I know it's always got a stripe on it over when we're racing in the States. Still this battle for the lead then, carving its way through traffic, and it's closed back up again. Jonathan Bomarino, Renger van der Zande, and Ricky Taylor's not too far away there, although he's been split off the back just for a moment as they went through traffic going into the hairpin at turn 7. Oh, life is good at the moment, if you like entertainment and traffic. Nikolai just confirming it was the 48 that spun. Worked it out in the end, Nikolai, thank you for that. At IMSA Radio.
He did everything except spin.
It was very, very sideways. Yeah, it was very, very sideways. Whatever it was, it's not slowed Kobayashi down too much. He's only 7 seconds away from the lead and 5 seconds from the top 4. Duval then, remember, just a lap back now.
But Durrani has fallen back from this gaggle at the front a little bit, hasn't he?
Yes, in the traffic. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. As has 1 or 2, as it's just split up. And once again, there's traffic to be passed going down into turn 1. All of the top 3 go in there. Well, Durrani, yeah, he has just dropped back a wee bit. But I tell you what, Ricky Taylor's caught back up again very quickly from being a 1.5 or 2 seconds back. The top 3 are pretty much together until there's traffic involved. 4 3/4 hours still to go. Really carving through the traffic. A couple of laps ago, it almost looked like Renger was going to get a run as they went either side of Ian James in the heart of racing Aston Martin, and so close to the back of the Pfaff Porsche as well. But then the leader got caught up behind the GT Daytona leader, and they were back together again. Well, Ian James must have had his heart in his mouth for a moment as the first and second overall and in DPI. Sorry, it's Roman De Angelis in that car. and went either side of him. Great sight of 4 leading prototypes, all on the lead lap and all on the end of the Alec Ullman straight. The white Mazda, the red and blue, the light grey, almost looks silver in the late afternoon light. It's what, 5:30 at Sebring. It's the Cadillac in second, then black and blue Taylor driven Acura from Wayne Taylor Racing in the Cunningham and Alton colours, and then the number 60, can't miss that one, Auto Nation MSR Acura Dave Cameron, the bright pink on it. Again into traffic, this time it's GT Le Mans traffic. Katzberg, by the way, picking up the pace, Jeremy, and has just put a personal best in for that car, or a car best in, a 1:56.0, after that little communication snafu dropped them out of the lead of class. It's not a disaster. They are, what, half a minute behind the leading group of GT Le Mans, but quite clearly they would have preferred to have had that track position before the pit stop cycle.
Yeah, but even with that, he's actually lost a bit of ground. It was 23 seconds he was behind the 3 leaders, because 25, 79 and 24 pretty much nose to tail in the battle for the lead in GTLM. It was 23 seconds about, what, 4 laps after the restart. It's now up to, it was 26.9 I think last time, and 27.6 now it's showing. So he has actually lost a little bit of ground, Nicky Katzberg, but of course, you know, he's just come out on with a full tank of fuel. All the others have pitted and taken on fuel during that stop, so somewhat curious.
I like the honesty from Corvette. Yeah, communications didn't quite get to him quick enough. Another set of pit boards need hanging out there, maybe the old-fashioned way. To tap our helmets when we went past the start-finish line. We were doing endurance karting to say, right, that's it, I'm coming in next time around. No radio communications then, of course. Bomarito's doing a cracking job, Jeremy. He's been under a lot of pressure here from Van der Zande, leading back to the line, and he's had that Cadillac side by side with him a couple of times, and he's just doing that thing that everybody says, focus forward. Easy to say, more difficult to do, and he's under pressure again now, down into turn 10. Yeah. Second place car weaving left and right, trying to find a space that is just about Cadillac width to get into. Now to turn 13 and heading towards the fast sweepers on the far side of the circuit. Looks like they've got LMP3 right ahead of them, that they're going to eat up very, very quickly indeed. Good entry onto the back straight. So important to keep nailing these corners. Lap after lap. Durrani getting a bit of a wiggle on now again and trying to close into that top 4. Remember, he's trying to make laps up. It was the 91 prototype that they were gaining on.
Just a second place car in LMP3.
Yeah, exactly so, with Dylan Murray at the wheel at the moment.
Oh, is it made a change,
right. Just recently, yeah. Still Spencer Piggott leading that category for Riley, number 74, second Riley car, which I think has dropped off the lead lap then, with a couple of extra pit stops on its team car.
Yeah, no, it's shown as being off a lead lap because it was just lapped by the overall leader, but he's not a lap behind actually on the racetrack, I don't think.
Right.
And the 74 owes us a stop.
74 owes us a stop, yes, that's the difference. You're right, Shane. Yeah.
Didn't they both pit during that previous caution period?
15 laps Spencer's been out.
No.
Yeah, they were both in, I thought, during that caution period, but maybe the number 91 car didn't pit.
Yeah, it did. They both pitted at the same time. Yeah,
so
right.
that's not a sequence then for the 91 car.
Jim Cox had gotten back into the 91 and his drive time is now done.
Yeah, he's done 13 laps. That's the difference.
Okay, so
that's the difference. There you go.
Right.
There you go. Look at something long enough, you'll find the answer. A bit like a crossword puzzle.
This battle at the front is absolutely fascinating, isn't it? Between the number 55 and the 01 car. The Renger van der Zande, he's pretty convinced he's got a much faster car, but hasn't been able to make an incisive move for the lead again. So at this stage, he's going to be pretty happy where he is. He'll be a little bit upset, I'm sure, though, to have lost the position during that latest round of pit stops, because they both came in on the previous round, which was under green. Number 01 car came in a lap after number 55, so number 55 should have needed a little bit more fuel than the 01, so maybe they short fueled it to get him out ahead again. I don't know, but it's certainly interesting, because the number 01 car, through two complete stints making pit stops, it managed to retain its lead. It was just during that caution period that it lost it again. So the number 01 car is I think they're feeling pretty confident at the moment. They know they've got a really, really good car, but having a good car, being overtake another DPI car, that's the tricky bit.
Yeah. They are very evenly matched, as you would expect. Everybody pushing so hard, kicking up the dust on the exit turn at 13 Tower Turn. There's extra concrete on the end of the blue and white striped curbs there, which is now being, all of that's being used and a bit more. Very, very on the edge driving. We've seen, Jeremy, haven't we, that dropping your wheels off the curbs, coming back on, that might do the damage to the inside shoulder. And a lot of the teams talked about trying to tell the drivers to stay off the curbs. The battle's on for second now. Ricky Taylor's right there. Leader's broken away a bit. It's over a second. Down the inside into turn one. Not close enough. Not enough braking there. Exactly what we were talking about. Taylor had the position, had a good run, but the 01 car wasn't slowing down to enable them to get up the inside, and they follow each other through the corner. Oh, but Taylor gets a really good run out of Big Ben, goes to the left-hand side, which is going to be the wrong side of the road when they come down to the braking area for the hairpin. If he can get it done from now, I'll be terribly impressed. They'll go side by side here again, and he has to drop back in. And once again, this is allowing Dane Cameron to close up. We're going to have a 3 DPI battle for second place anytime soon.
Oh yeah.
You love this, don't you? You really do.
Yeah.
Think of the concentration that's going on here. Not only from the driver following, which is normal in motor racing, trying to outguess, outplan, out-scheme the driver ahead. The driver ahead, in most single category motor races, all they have to do is hit their marks. Right, if I'm as good as I think I am, he's not going to get past me. There's a lot of concentration going on there as well, but then add in the traffic. And the man who's in the best position, the driver who's in the best position, hits the traffic first. So you wake everybody up as you get there. There's extra pressure. Magnificent. Top of their game, all of these drivers. Bomarito, Van der Zande, Taylor, Cameron. Kobayashi, there's still about 5 seconds back from this. With Pico Durrani still lurking. But hasn't been able to match the pace. 49.8 last time around, about half a second slower than the leaders.
Just that last lap, really, Johnny. Just lost a little bit of.
So he hit the traffic then.
Yeah. The gap had been out as high as much as 5 seconds, a bit more than 5 seconds actually. He got it down to about 3, and I think it was just extended again on that, just on that last lap. He, as you say, got a bit more traffic. Not quite as good a run through the traffic.
Meantime, the battle in GT Daytona is coming onto the back straight shortly, and it is still Lamborghini, Paul Miller Racing. Corey Lewis had a great restart and opening couple of laps in the lead from the FAF Porsche in second place. And on board the FAF car is Lars Kern. Started to say this earlier on, but Lars is the driver of choice for Porsche to take their production cars and break records on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. He's also a very accomplished racing driver. They crossed the line in first and second. Carl Kirkwood is about another 2 seconds further back. Roman De Angelis now in fourth for Heart of Racing Aston Martin 23 car. Another couple of seconds further back, and then there's a bit larger gap, maybe 6 seconds. Spencer Pumpelly for the Magnus car. Just reminding me that when you talk to Lars, he'll say, I'm a production car driver and driver development engineer who's allowed to race. Lars Kern. Top bloke. Yeah, he's a lovely lad, isn't he?
Yeah, and another lovely lad, Pipo Derani, is in the pit lane right now with the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. And another lovely lad, Guy Smith, back out on the racetrack. Have to acknowledge every time that Guy goes out onto the race course, he's in the 22 United Autosports LMP2 machine. This should be full service for Pipo Derani. He's done a double. I think he's getting out. I'll let you know.
Yeah, talking about Lars Kern there, the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Can't talk about that without mentioning the Queen of the Nürburgring, Sabine Schmitz, who died at just 51 on Wednesday. She's been poorly for a while. Tried to come back to racing in 2020. Quite worked for her. Condolences to Klaus Abel and her husband and her sister and the rest of the family. Had the very great pleasure to work with Sabina on a couple of occasions on various jobs, including the Top Gear live shows, and she's never anything but a big smile on her face. Brilliant person and super fun to be with and have a chat with after work as well. Klaus the same, actually. A lot of people will miss her. There's an awful lot of people sat alongside her in the ring taxis down through the years. Something over 30,000 laps of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, she told me once, and she was very happy to sign autographs for anybody that wanted them. Just loved what she was doing. Great advice. I remember asking about some setup advice for my 993, why it was jumping around all over the place when I was going around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. She'd driven a few of them around there at a time. They all do that there, she said, especially at that speed. Just brilliant. Should be much missed. Irreplaceable. Sabine Schmitz, Queen of the Nürburgring, died on Wednesday. 4.5 hours still to go. And still the battle at the front of the field is very much flat out, isn't it? Afterburners on for Jonathan Pomerito. 0.6 of a second in that Mazda ahead of the light grey, are we calling that now? I called it putty earlier on. And then the blue and black car. It's the 10 Acura. Dirty white. Doesn't show the brake dust though, Jeremy. Great.
Absolutely.
Super right here. Oh, turn one, incident. Spinning car. Is that Derani?
I think it's plural, isn't it? It is Derani.
It is Derani. It is Derani. Just through the dust. And who else was involved there?
Tristan Baudier out of the pit lane.
Right, just coming out of the pit lane, was he, Shea, there?
Correct, on his outlap.
Right, okay. Vautier getting up this. Everybody diving into the pits because they're expecting a full course yellow. It's not coming. Everybody's still going. Oh my goodness. So how close were they? Anyway, they must have been pretty close to the end of their stint. In fact, 22 laps for Dane Cameron, so they're about there anyway. So this is not going to be a disadvantage, Jeremy, that the yellow flag hasn't come for these leading cars. So Mazda number 55 in, Cunningham and Alta Cadillac number 10 in, Kobayashi in, 01 in, Vautier in and out, and Dane Cameron still running and now takes over the lead of the motor race. Another lead change, Jeremy. They were close to the end of their pit window there, Shea, because the amount of time the fuel was going in. Who gets out first? It's going to be very tight, but the Mazda of Jonathan Bomarito gets out first, but was Albuquerque out second? I think he was. Philippe Albuquerque is taking off the 10 and he's got out second in front of Kevin Magnussen.
No, Kevin Magnussen is in second. That's a driver change for both the 0-1
yes,
in
right.
Kevin Magnussen from Renger van der Zande and then Philippe Albuquerque in the 10. But yeah, the Whelen Engineering Cadillac, Pipo was going around.
Oh, it did hit the car. Massive wiggle on the bumps, and it spit the car sideways into the emerging Vautier. He did nothing wrong. That could have been so much bigger. Pretty much dead side-to-side contact. Durrani barely even went off the track, although the car stalled. He was fine until the middle of the corner. Did he just try to tighten it up a little bit because he knew that Vautier was coming out and that unsettled the car? Question mark on that. But that was an extraordinary incident on the bumps. Big sideways movement, and then the car snaps right and jumps, 8-10 inches, maybe more. Vautier did hit the wall in the darker coloured of the two Cadillacs, but it was pretty much side pod to side pod, that contact, and Durrani is in to the pits. In fairness, he was pretty much due in anyway, I think, in that car. Actually, no, that was Felipe Nasr. So that was Nasr in the car. So was Nasr on his first flyer then?
Nasr had been out for a little while. I'd written down FN on my notepad to the point where the ink could actually drive. They're doing fuel and checking the car. They're going to check the nose. Remember, this car's already been through the wars. The hard clatter to the right-hand side earlier on at the pit wall.
Same side again, Jeremy. Shit.
Well, but it also had contact to the left-hand side, and that hit too, but still big hit to the right side. So they're going to take some time to make sure that everything is okay for Felipe Nasr. That gave Jamie Price quite the scare out there on his scooter. Photographer extraordinaire was riding around the track, and that happened right in front of him. Big moment, though, as Juan Montoya has come into he's left the pit lane now, driving the number 60 again. Dane Cameron finally out of the MSR Acura.
Nasr had just taken that car over when that incident happened. That was his first time past the start-finish line, I reckon, by the lap chart that I'm looking at here. And he's come straight back into the pit lane after effectively a couple of laps. And they're doing virtually the same job again, Shea, on the right front of that number 31 Whelen Cadillac.
The advantage is they already know how to do it, having done it once before. But this is a very quick stop. Remember, they lost 4 laps earlier on with that replacement. This time, they're going to lose maybe 2 more. But still, this is a car that was fighting back to try and get into contention for the win of this race. Well, contention is disappearing off into the distance.
No luck today, no fortune today, Jeremy, for the Whelen Cadillac from Action Express. Yeah, I take back what I said. It wasn't Pipo, it was Pipo's car, and that was, I reckon, Felipe Nasr's first flying lap. Again, time just catching up as he went across the start-finish line that time around. And in the big cloud of dust that was caused, just managed to spot the red and white car. Nasr had just got into that car and completed, as I say, flying lap when Vautier was there. What do you reckon, Jeremy? Do you think that Felipe just tried to tighten his exit there, and that's what caused that? Get back to Jeremy in a moment. So Jonathan Bomarito, unaffected by that, had been due to pit anyway around about the time he did. He's still being pressured, but this time a different driver behind the wheel of the 01 Dirty White, as Jeremy wants to call it. It's Kevin Magnussen back behind the wheel. Philippe Albuquerque is driving the number 10. Cunningham and Alta Acura now. Juan Montoya behind the wheel of the number 60. And turn 1 again causing some interest as Juan Montoya tried to go around the outside of the Colt Autosport prototype. Committed very early on. There was a hardpoint Porsche there as well. No, sorry, it was the Sean Creech Motorsport car. You see the stripes on the back. It's already had a ding on the right rear as well. But Juan Montoya pulls out of the attempted overtake and dropped back in, got it done before turn 3. Top 3 still on the same part of the racetrack, Jeremy, as they go through turn 17 now.
Yeah, sorry, I was just making a whole bunch of notes there.
No problem.
Going back to that,
a lot happening.
I think, yeah, it really is. No forced caution either after that, which was messed me up as well. Yeah, everything was happening all at once. But I think, for Felipe Nasser, I mean, he probably didn't see that number 5 car coming out of pits. He's going at about 170 miles an hour, probably 165 or so, into turn 1. He's concentrating on his line through the corners because it's full concentration going through that corner, I can tell you that. And he probably didn't even see to the right-hand side, coming in from a completely different trajectory, that number 5 car that was emerging from the pit lane and doing at that stage maybe 80 or 90 perhaps. He might have accelerated up to as much as that, but the closing speed was so huge that I think by the time he saw the car, it was kind of too late to do anything about it, because once you're committed to turn 1, you're committed. There's not a whole heck of what you can do to alter your trajectory through there. If you lift off, you're going to crash yourself. I think just really unfortunate timing for Felipe Nasser there to cause that incident.
Under review, that incident, I mean, a big jump over the bumps as well. I don't know who you would call that on.
That?
Siggy?
No, I don't think so. No, I think it's just kind of one of those things that's going to happen. It's just really unfortunate for both guys. I mean, number 5 car, he certainly didn't do anything wrong. He was just coming out of the pits. He didn't.
And he stayed to the right-hand side of the blend line. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
absolutely. And number 31 car was just committed to the corner, and I think it was just the perfect storm, I think. And just really, really unfortunate for both of those two.
Like steering was being replaced again on the right front when that car came into the pit lane. The number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac is what we're talking about there. They'd done that earlier on, as we mentioned. Also had to replace a rear suspension link as well after that rather substantial hit in the turn 17 wall. Drive through for the 31. Wow.
Well,
okay.
I mean, he was the one coming up behind number 5 car.
Well, yes, he's in front, yeah.
But as he turns into the corner, my only problem with that call is, as he's turned into the corner, he clearly hasn't seen the number 5 car, which is way off to his right. The pit lane is designed such that you have to go, if you're coming out of the pits, you take a very, very wide arc into turn 1.
You do that.
So you come into a completely different trajectory. And I think it was just, like I said, a perfect storm for Felipe Nasser. And to get a penalty for that, I think, is a pretty harsh form, to be honest. On purpose, and he came off worse.
Well, exactly. It was in some ways self-penalising, wasn't it, with the broken. If you look at it that way, I think when you're committed to a corner like that, you can't be expected to lift off or brake, because you're just going to cause more trouble. And there's a ding on the 75 car by a prototype going through. That hasn't caused any incident, but bashing into people on the track. Penske Acuras seem to be pretty invisible for penalties in the past, and that is Juan Montoya once again barging his way through in the Acura for Meyershank Racing. Actually, I take that back. It wasn't. It was Philippe Albuquerque, but it wasn't an Acura. Of course, he Juan's in the pink car. Spin for the IDEC Sports sponsored, IDEC Sports sponsored, and Bremont Watcher sponsored number 18 prototype. That's another turn 16 issue. Blue prototype is back on the track. It's Tilly behind the wheel of that car, sitting in second place in LMP2 at the moment. Mikkel Jensen, who leads that class.
Telemetry.
Say again, sorry?
That's the car that has no working telemetry. So the team is going to have to rely on Kyle to tell them that he had a spin and why he had a spin, or he can just keep going round and round and be like, doo-doo-doo, nothing happened. Oh, wait, you guys saw it on camera? Oops.
In and out of the pits for Felipe Nasser, so no discussion or argument from Action Express on that. He is back underway. What for me, Jeremy, that's I think the speeds now that we're getting up to into turn one makes you wonder whether we should think about how the pit exit blends.
And they have done, and that's why they do what they do. They hope that as you're coming into, if you're on the racetrack coming into turn one, with that car kind of directly ahead of you, coming across your vision, it's pretty much going perpendicular as it comes around the pit lane exit, turn sharp left to go into turn one. The trajectory brings it back out onto the racing line right at the exit. So, like I said, I think it just, couldn't have been worse timing. It was just a split second that Felipe Nasser, he was already committed to that corner just when he saw that car coming out. And at that stage, like I said before, there's really not a lot of what you can do, because if you're trying to alter your line when you're fully committed, like he was, particularly still on relatively cold tyres.
Yeah, it was his first flyer. It was his first flyer.
First flying lap, so the tyres are really not fully up to working temperature. It's fairly relatively cool out there now. It's in the 60s temperatures, which is a lot cooler than it was earlier the weekend. You know, you'd probably, if that was on Thursday, when it was 90 degrees outside, you might have your tyres, more up to temperature than you would in these much cooler conditions. But just really, really unfortunate. I really feel for those guys, because they got themselves back. They earned 2 laps back again, and now they've lost them once more.
Yeah, decision was made very quickly. Nikolai B at IMSA Radio, hashtag RSL Sebring. Any update on a potential penalty for the 48 passing before the green, or in proper prototype split at the restart? That wasn't assessed, so clearly nothing wrong with that. However, it looked very dangerous to me as you're coming back the green to have someone tearing up the inside. That was Cameron Kobayashi, wasn't it, who was at the wheel at that point, tearing up the inside.
Yes. Yes, it was on the restart. I've just noticed something, John, LMP2, and it's not making me very happy. Gabri Aubry is behind the wheel if indeed he did not get out of the number 8 Tower Motorsport car
he did not.
for his 6th stint. within the last 7 of the car. I'm a little worried about Gabby's drive time.
Explain why, Shane. Tell the listener and the viewer why.
Sure, sorry about that. Yeah, you can do no more than 4 hours in any 6-hour period. The beginning of the race went back and forth between John Ferrano and Timothy Buret, but Gabby Aubry, for the last, well, as I say, 7 stints, he's been in the car for 6 of them. Timothy Buret only doing a single stint amongst there. So that makes me a little bit nervous that Gabby's getting close to drive time.
That's not what I've got here. Gabby's only been in the car for 2 hours and 10 minutes. Going backwards, it was Gabby for 40 minutes, John for 26 minutes, Gabby for 9 minutes, Timothy for 39 minutes, Gabby for 40, Gabby for 38, John for an hour and 4. There was a drive-through, I think, in there somewhere as well. So John for just over an hour, and then the previous 2 were both Timothy Buret. So not sure which is the correct numbers there. It has been. I don't know whether it's the timing loops or whatever. There has been 1 or 2 transponder glitches, maybe.
It might have been. By the way, did we see the pass made for second place when Albuquerque got past Magnus?
In traffic, yes. We were busy discussing the pit lane exit, I think, at the time. Yeah.
So a change for second, and Albuquerque in the number 10 car ahead of Kevin Magnussen in 0-1. And all of a sudden that gives Jonathan Bomarito finally a little bit of breathing space at the front of the field, because he'd managed to, they've done a really nice job as the IMSA team. They maintained that lead through that whole stint, having got Bomarito out ahead of everybody else during the previous round of pit stops under the caution period. And then he was under intense pressure all the way through his stint. But even after the round of pit stops, he's able to maintain that lead ahead of the first of all 0-1 car. Now it's number 10 who's trying to chase him down. So it's certainly good news, I think, for Mazda. They've struggled a bit to join this race. The handling not perfect, plus perhaps potentially worse. They've had problems with getting the data back on the car. The signals not working from the car to get the data back to the pit lane. So that's certainly a fairly major issue for the number 55 team.
It's Jeremy Shaw in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre with me, John Hindhaugh. Let's take a quick rundown of what's going on in our Mazda in-race update as we head towards 6 o'clock at Sebring in the afternoon. And we'll start in GT Daytona. Corey Lewis leads by half a second from Lars Kern, Pfaff Motorsport. Then there's a little bit of a gap, around about 8 seconds to Carl Kirkwood for Vassar Sullivan in the number 14 Lexus RCF GT3. That's the very bright yellow and black car as we start in pit stops in GT LM.